Morning, everyone. The June 6, 2012 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communications who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 a.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewiston 1st Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of our chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not preclude you from speaking under public comment, citizens' participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff right up front here. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Joel Menchaca, Amistad Cristiano Church, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our precious God, we thank you for this opportunity to be here. We ask that you give wisdom, understanding to our city council men and women, and we ask a special blessing over Mayor Goodman. We thank you for today. Amen.
Okay, we will now proceed with the ceremonial portion of the meeting. Good morning, everyone. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and our first item, we're going to recognize the June Citizen of the Month. And I'm proud to announce that our Citizen of the Month is Kent Hofsummer. Kent, please come up and join us at the podium. I think he's surprised. Well done. Kent volunteers as one of at one of my favorite places in Las Vegas, Opportunity Village. Kent has a great knack for being able to repair almost anything. I wish I could say the same for my husband, who can't repair anything. His handyman, in fact, we call on Kent sometimes when he's around. His handyman skills are of great use at Opportunity Village, where Kent volunteers 52 weeks of the year. When Kent isn't taking care of his own business, which is half summer excavation, you can bet that he is usually at Opportunity Village helping out with repairs that would otherwise be quite costly for the nonprofit organization. A little bit about Kent. He met his wife in the early 80s when he was installing cable TV in Las Vegas. He has 2 children, Tyson and Tanis, and 2 grandsons, Kevin and Austin. Kent is a gentle giant who is always willing to lend a helping hand. In fact, his wife tells us that he can't pass a stranded motorist without stopping to help him or her on the way. Kent volunteered at Opportunity Village to continue to help others, but secretly had an ulterior motive. His dream was to drive the train at Opportunity Village Magical Forest during the holidays. Unfortunately for Kent, being a train engineer at Magical Forest requires training, and so he was denied that privilege for the first year to fulfill his fantasy. But he has since taken the training and now is a full-fledged engineer. Just recently, he loaded the entire train onto one of his excavating trucks and drove it down for repair to Phoenix. And absolutely, he just did it straight way by himself, nobody with him, and all gratis. And that's the type of man he is. I want to thank Kent for his service to Opportunity Village and to our community. I want to give you this beautiful framed certificate that Mayor Pro Tem Anthony is holding and tell you that your name will be displayed on the street sign outside of City Hall on Main Street for the month of June. We'd love you to say a few words, Kent. And I know it's a surprise, and when I drove to work this morning, your name was already up. Do we have a great public works department? They knew you were going to be here, and it's up. So breathe deeply. Would you like to say something?
I wouldn't like to, but I will.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a total surprise. I thought I was coming to take pictures of my wife, who was going to receive some sort of award today. But at any rate, I just always try to do the right thing, and it's nice that it's appreciated. And Mayor Goodman has been a terrific neighbor to me, and that's about all I have to say.
Congratulations, and to Barbara Hofsummer, beautiful wife. She does so much for Susan Komen, and we're just really grateful to have both of you in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations. Look at the sign when you exit the garage. And this is the certificate of recognition. Hopefully you hang it where you can see it. If it were my husband, it'd be right over on the ceiling on the bed. So that's nice. He said he'll get a chain, put it around his neck. We congratulate you. Thank you, Ken. You're the best. You're the best.
Thank you.
For our next item, I'd like to ask Janet Snyder to please come to the podium. She is the president of the Las Vegas chapter of the Gold Star Wives of America. The Gold Star Wives of America is an organization of widows and widowers whose spouses died while in active duty in military service or as the result of a military service-connected cause. The group was organized in 1945 by the war widows of World War II. The organization is a congressionally chartered nonprofit, and Eleanor Roosevelt signed the original incorporation papers. I didn't know that. Gold Star Wives has approximately 10,000 members spread across 53 chapters located in 26 states. The primary mission of the group is to provide service, support, friendship to widows and widowers of military personnel who have died on active duty. The members both visit and volunteer at the Department of Veterans Affairs, hospitals, and military hospitals. The Gold Star Wives also assist widows and widowers in understanding and obtaining the benefits provided by Congress. So it is so appropriate then to have you joining us today after the recent recognition on Memorial Day. I want to thank you, as do the council behind me, for the service that you and your families have given to our country. We can never repay the debt that we owe. I also want to thank you for all of the good works in the community that each one of you does, and for assisting those who've lost a loved one in defense of our country. We certainly would not be here without them. I want to present you with this proclamation recognizing the Gold Star Wives, and we'd be honored to have you say a few words. And let me read this, if I may. By virtue of the authority given to me by the laws of the state of Nevada and the charter of the city of Las Vegas, I, Carolyn Goodman, mayor of the city, do hereby proclaim June 6, 2012 as Gold Star Surviving Spouses Day. And we want you to have it for the chapter. And if you would say something, Janet. Thank you.
May all of our members come up?
Please come on up. Absolutely.
Thank you. On behalf of all of our 46 members, and we're lucky that we have some of our members here today to be acknowledged also, because these are the women who have suffered from World War II. We've got World War II veterans all the way of widows, all the way up to the current wars. And I am just delighted and so grateful to all of you for this wonderful recognition. And please, if any of you know any widows or widowers, military widows or widowers, please contact the mayor's office, and she can put you in contact with my information so that they can belong to our chapter. We would love that, because it's probably one of the things that most people don't know is about us. They don't know that there is an organization here in Las Vegas that is for military surviving spouses. So this is what we're so happy for, this recognition, so that people will know that we're here, and we look for more members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank each of you. We are really so grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me give you this.
Yeah. I'll get a picture with all of us.
Janet, Councilman Barlow suggested the contact numbers that you have. If I could ask you just to repeat those now, because this will be replayed on our TV, our city channel. So if I might give this to you after the pictures.
Okay.
Thank you. Here, let me give this to you. Is there a telephone number?
Yes, you can call me. My phone number is 227-6566, and my email address is groundhog71@gmail.com. And so anyone who is a military surviving spouse, whether it be a widow or a widower of any war, you are most welcome to join our organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Today also we have another very special honor and guest. I'd like to call Colonel Stephen Garland to come to the podium. Bless you. Colonel Garland. So we welcome you and thank you for coming. Has served the 99th Air Base Wing Commander at Nellis Air Force Base since March of 2010. And sadly now he is leaving us to take over Nuke Command in Guam. He is being promoted to the rank of Brigadier General, so we wanted to have him join us today so we could thank him for his service at Nellis. As commander of the 99th Air Base Wing, Colonel Garland is responsible for 3 groups, 14 squadrons, and global remote piloted aircraft operations. He provides medical, supply, logistics, communications, law enforcement, security, and transportation for more than 12,000 assigned personnel and 313,000 dependents, retirees, and veterans. In essence, he acts as the mayor of the Air Force Base. His accomplishments at Nellis, these are somewhat unbelievable. Ensuring that Nellis civil engineers met 3% annual reduction in power consumption for Nellis facilities, reducing overall Las Vegas Valley energy consumption. Expanding the annual Nellis Air Force Base open house to attract visitors to the Las Vegas area, working with several downtown businesses to coordinate honors for wounded warriors and service personnel, oversaw construction efforts to expand operations and support to remotely piloted aircraft, aggressors, and F-35s. Colonel Garland has served all over the world, including stints in Southwest Asia, the United Kingdom, and Germany. He's been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Bronze Star, the Meritorious Service Medal, among many other recognitions. Nellis is a very special part of the Las Vegas Valley, and certainly Colonel Garland has been a great community partner with the city in his time here. We absolutely are going to miss this fine man, but we know he'll be back to visit in both his military and civilian capacities. I'm pleased to present a proclamation proclaiming today Colonel Steve Garland Day in the city of Las Vegas, and in addition, we, the council and the mayor, want to present the colonel with one of the very rare keys to the city of Las Vegas, so he takes a little piece of us with him wherever he is stationed. Colonel, we thank you so much for your service, and we wish you and your family best of everything in your new location. We know you love Las Vegas, and we'll come back here. I'll bet you retire here. Oh, he has a house here. So on behalf of our city council and as mayor, I want to give this to you, the proclamation and this wonderful key to the city with a little token chip. And I am told that this key will open the slot machines after 2 o'clock in the morning at the Golden Nugget. So help yourself. But we wish you the very, very best. And the council, I know, joins me in that.
Well, thank you all very much. On behalf of Nellis and all the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marine at Nellis, Creech, and the NTTR, we know who signs our paycheck, and we always appreciate the fact that you've embraced us. You allow us to be a part of your community. We know who signs our paycheck, and the opportunity to serve you all and to take care of you is the thing that gets us up in the morning, and to give us the opportunity to wear the uniform is just something that is priceless for all of us. So on behalf of the base, I can say thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of your community. I know you take care of each and every single one of our members in the military. It's obvious to me when I go into your businesses, I go into your shops. The love there for the people in the military is very obvious to all of us, and we truly appreciate everything that you do. So thanks, Mayor, and thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Come on up here, Paula. Obviously, I didn't do any of this because behind it was my wife Paula, who was the one who truly pushed us all along. This is probably our 6th move in 7 years as we go off to Guam, but we're looking forward to it. Right. That's probably been the biggest benefit for us in Las Vegas is the school system taking advantage of it. I have my oldest at A-Tech who's graduating, going to UCLA, and my 2 younger ones will be they're at Roy Martin in the IB program, and then they'll be going with us to Guam.
How nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
We wish you the very, very best, and to the family, too. And we know how valuable you're going to be. I know it'll be a little different in Guam. It's not a 24-hour-a-day town, so come back and visit us often, right? So thank you so much. We're so proud and so grateful to you. Wonderful. He must beat his children that they're doing so well. For our next two items, I'd like to invite our Sustainability Officer, Tom Perigo, Stacy Crowley with the Nevada Office of Energy, and Danae Evans from the Home Free Nevada to join us at the podium. Today we are recognizing Energy Fit Nevada Day in the city of Las Vegas. A couple of months ago, I spoke at a news conference for a City of Las Vegas project that had retrofitted a couple of homes that had been foreclosed upon. This was a remarkable project because it was multifaceted. It made the homes more energy efficient. One of them was made 50% more efficient. The homes and the program was used to train contractors on how to conduct energy efficiency upgrades to other homes. So it is now creating jobs through training. As a matter of fact, we had an offer to take over our house and make it more energy efficient, which I haven't been brave enough to do yet. They are now being used as demonstration homes to encourage homeowners in our community to apply their own energy efficiency measures, so it's saving people money and energy. Energy Fit Nevada is a statewide initiative that was created to help us retrofit our homes, provide instant rebates and other financial incentives to help homeowners get control of their own energy use. So far, more than 500 homes have been upgraded statewide, many of which are located in the city of Las Vegas, and I know they have a goal of reaching thousands more. In these tough economic times, particularly with the already soaring temperatures, this is a tremendous project. It helps our residents save money, it creates jobs, and it raises community pride, and it saves energy. And I'm pleased to present this proclamation to Stacy today, making today Energy Fit Nevada Day in the city of Las Vegas. Stacy, please tell us a little bit more about the program, if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Stacy Crowley, I'm the director of the Nevada State Office of Energy. This is a very unique situation where the state is really partnered with the local City of Las Vegas, the universities, and the Department of Energy, the federal government, to educate folks on how to best assess their homes in terms of energy efficiency, get those retrofits done, and then see the energy savings, and most importantly, have a more comfortable home. And so it's really an education opportunity. We're trying to get the word out there that this is a benefit to you, also can save you money. And we can't do this without our partners. Home Free Nevada, Danae Evans, heads that up, and her organization runs the program, and Kevin Hill here in the audience manages the program for the state. So it's a real unique opportunity, and it's a real partnership between the City of Las Vegas and the state. So we appreciate it.
And how do they get in touch? How does someone get in touch with you? What's the phone number or the website to call to get an evaluation and get some advice?
Yes, it's energyfitnevada.com, and we have information there and contact information as well. So we'd love to have you participate. Thank you.
And from our wonderful city, thank you very much. Tom Perigo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. The one thing I hear from Mayor and Council constantly is jobs, jobs, jobs. And the one thing this program is about is creating jobs. And it's an opportunity for homeowners to save money on their energy at the same time helping to put people back to work. So the partnership with the state has been just tremendous. We brought $5 million to our state to help continue this program. In addition, we've succeeded in a few other programs with the State Office of Energy in bringing dollars to our state to do programs like this for energy efficiency and renewable energy. So it's been a tremendous partnership, and we're actually applying for more grants, and we will continue to be successful in the future. So thank you for the support of the council.
You know we are forever sustainable and doing everything we can to make our city and state the best it can be. So thank you very much. And as we mentioned, this is Energy Fit Nevada Day. So please take this back, and I know we'll see more of you. And again, the energyfitnevada.com. So please make sure you get in touch with them, and they will assess and help you plan the future of how to become more self-sufficient in your home. Correct? Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you. Thanks so much. And for our next item, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony will recognize the winners of a poster contest to raise awareness about missing children. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I talk about that this is a very historic day today. This is the 50th wedding anniversary of Mayor Carolyn Goodman and Mayor Oscar Goodman. And
my parents said, don't marry him.
The only question I have is, how did you put up with Oscar for 50 years?
A miracle.
Okay. Well, congratulations, and I know you have a great trip coming up. All right. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan proclaimed May 25th National Missing Children's Day. Each administration since has honored this annual reminder to the nation to renew efforts to reunite missing children with their families and make child protection a national priority. National Missing Children's Day honors this commitment by reminding parents, guardians, and other trusted adult role models to make child safety a priority. This day is also a reminder to all parents and guardians of the need for high-quality photographs of their children for use in case of an emergency, and the need for everyone to pay close attention to the posters and photographs of missing children. In 2000, Attorney General Eric Holder, then serving as Deputy Attorney General, presented the first annual National Missing Children Poster Day Contest Award at the Department of Justice Missing Children's Observance. Each year, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention conducts a national poster contest for fifth graders to bring greater awareness to the issue of missing children. The poster contest is designed to increase awareness about the danger of abduction among children while providing an opportunity for organizations to engage in children and their parents in informative discussions on safety and prevention. The theme for this year's poster contest is Bring Our Missing Children Home. Students are asked to design and draw a poster that reflects the theme and complete an application describing the importance of this theme. Each state holds its own poster competition. At this time, I'd like to announce this year's winners of the Nevada Child Seekers Poster Contest and talk a little bit about their poster. The fifth grader who came in third place is Emily Volante, a fifth grader from Ruby Thomas Elementary School who was selected as a third place winner, and her teacher is Miss Daigle. And would you please come on up here? Give them a nice round of applause. Emily Volante, and is your teacher here, Miss Daigle? Okay. Hi. How are you? You want to tell us a little bit about your poster?
On my poster, there's kids on a road. They are crossing a street, going home where they belong. The heart means that they need love by their parents and caring. I also drew my poster because I want all the kids that are lost to know that we want them back. I created my poster because I want the missing kids home where they should be. I also created it because I care about them and I want them to be home and to be happy.
Great job. I'll just show that to her. And who are you?
Actually, Miss Fryer, her classroom teacher.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. All right, you guys stay here for a minute. Our second place winner is a fifth grader from Tony Alamo Elementary School, and that is Vladin Grujusic, and he came in second, and his teacher is Miss Nowinski. Unfortunately, they could not be here this morning, so how about a nice round of applause for those two individuals. And the first place winner from the state of Nevada is Alyssa Martinez, a fifth grader from Walter V. Long Elementary School, and her teacher is Miss Reyes. And would you both please come up here? Alyssa Martinez and Miss Reyes. Alyssa, you want to talk a little bit about your poster?
Well, the reason why I created my poster is because I wanted missing children to know that someone will put effort and time to send a message for them, and for the missing children to know that someone out there really cares that they're missing. My poster, as you can see, has the Statue of Liberty in it with a child in her arms, because the Statue of Liberty stands strong for the law that protects the children of America. Also, on my poster, there is a United States with the flag on it, and where where the stars are supposed to be, there are stick figures of the abducted children of the U.S. Plus, the buildings are very bright because the children bring light to the states of America.
The second place poster is here? Yeah, why don't you come bring it up here? Okay, and I have for each of you a certificate of accomplishment signed by the City Council and the Mayor. For each of you, if you could take those. I think this is, let's see, who does that belong to? That is Emily. There you go. And this is for Gladden. And then this is for Alyssa. Okay, those are the three winners from the state of Nevada, first, second, and third place. Each state holds its own poster competition, and the winning poster from each state is submitted by the state to the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention for a national winner. This year's national winner for 2012 for National Missing Children's Poster Day for the country is Alyssa Martinez. Is that amazing? Alyssa and her family and her teacher went to Washington, D.C. to receive the award. I'd like to introduce a couple of folks from the Nevada Child Seekers, the executive director, Yvette Santiago. Oh, you're right there? Okay, very good. And Robin Haddad, the education outreach coordinator. Robin, are you here? Why don't you come on up here? And I would, just for all the great things that you both do for our missing kids, I'd like to present a proclamation declaring May 25th National Missing Children's Day, signed by the mayor and the entire city council. And if you could just say a couple of words.
Thank you. Well, we're very proud that this year our National Poster Contest winner was from the state of Nevada. This is her first year. And so we're very proud of Alyssa. We're also very proud of Emily and the over 70 entries we received at our office. And we made the tough, we had to make the tough decision of choosing our top three and sending it over to Washington, D.C. And so we're very proud of Alyssa. We're very excited to embrace, our efforts, and on behalf of Nevada Child Seekers and our staff and our board of directors, we just want to thank you for your continuous support to the organization. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all of councilwomen and men for supporting our organization, and we thank you for acknowledging and recognizing our students today. So thank you very much.
And where does a child? And where does a child who perhaps might be tuning in, who's run away from home, or who's out there and has had some bad issues, who do they contact and where? There is help, so make sure you're listening.
Yes, to all of our children, all of our youth who have run away, need help, please contact us. We are here to help you. We are here to connect you back with your family. You can call us at 702-458-7009. You can also go to our website, www.nevadachildseekers.org. And to all our children, again, speak up, reach out, and don't run. We are here to help you. We are here to protect you. So give us a call.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you and congratulations. Boy, do you all make us so proud. We are so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that going to be on a billboard somewhere? Yes? Where will the billboard be?
We have an annual run every year, and so we're going to feature her poster on our T-shirts. It's on our website. It's on our Facebook. So definitely, we're definitely going to have it all over the city. So look out for it. Thank you.
And could I purchase on behalf of our council? I would purchase 7.
Okay.
One for each, but extra large.
Okay.
Even for the smaller folk. They might shrink. Thank you. Thank you. And shrinking. Okay. Thank you and congratulations. That's a magnificent poster. In fact, all of them really are incredible. For our final item, we have some special guests from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department joining us today. And I'd like to invite Under Sheriff Jim Dixon, thank you very much, and Captain Mark Tavares, who is commander of the Metropolitan Honor Guard, to join us. Under Sheriff, I'm going to turn it over to you to make your presentation. You're just looking so good, as always. Here you go.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to take a few minutes of your time to honor two of your employees for some excellent work. On March 1st, 2012, Paul DeLong, Heavy Haul, and Delco Crane Service successfully moved the Southern Nevada Police Memorial Rock from the old City Hall to Police Memorial Park, located behind our police substation at the Northwest Area Command. That rock weighs 10 tons. This move would not have been possible without the hard work and perseverance of Christy Garnis. Christy, would you stand up, please? Come on down here. She didn't know this was happening. Christy Garnis and Councilman Starvos Anthony. These two individuals were a driving force behind the successful movement of the rock that bears the names of 27 fallen heroes of Southern Nevada law enforcement community who gave their lives for the service of the citizens of the city of Las Vegas and the county of Clark. Both Councilman Anthony and Ms. Garnis were insistent that the rock would not remain behind at the old City Hall after the building was sold and the City Hall had moved to this beautiful facility. They spent enormous amounts of time arranging for a new site to be prepared to receive the rock, ensuring that the proper reverence that displays the rock would be observed. Presently, the rock sits atop a concrete base surrounded by cement pylons and a chain enclosure with the United States flag in the backdrop, which signifies the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Monument located right behind it. Both Councilman Anthony and Ms. Garnis have demonstrated a commitment to the city of Las Vegas as well as the Southern Nevada law enforcement community. They have earned the respect and admiration of all law enforcement as well as the gratitude of the survivors of the fallen heroes. On behalf of all law enforcement in Southern Nevada, we thank you both. And now I'd like to call Mark Tavares up to present the plaques to the two individuals. Thank you both.
Thank you, Sheriff. Christy, is a little plaque. Please accept our heartfelt gratitude for your continuing support of the Honor Guard and our department. Your contribution has made it possible for us to render honors to our fallen officers, provide assistance to their families, and participate in local, state, and national events. You have earned our respect and admiration, and your generosity will always be remembered. And that's on behalf of myself, our agency, and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Honor Guard. Thank you. Councilman Anthony, I know you really like this because it's got a picture of the Honor Guard in it, and I'm right in the middle, so you'll always be able to see me anytime you want. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't need to say so.
Appreciate it. All right.
Can I say something?
Not yet. I just wanted to add a little bit. Anthony worked with Metro for approximately 30 years and retired with honors and has now been elected an official here at City of Las Vegas, and the police department is honored that you moved over to that career. Christy, you've been with the city for, I believe, about 10 years, working very hard, and she is married to the guy with the camera back here who is a sergeant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. He flies our rescue helicopters who retrieves the people up on the mountaintops who decide to climb up there with bologna sandwich on the weekends and then can't get down when they're up around 4,000 feet on a 5-foot ledge. He is one of the pilots that makes that happen. Yeah, Darren is his first name. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman.
Okay, first of all, I thought you guys were here for the Downtown Area Command Crime Statistic Report, so this is an absolute shock, and it sounds like you are The move from the old City Hall to the new City Hall was pretty hectic. There was a lot of things going on. We're selling the old City Hall to Zappos. A lot of things happening, and when we finally moved out, there was one item left. And I saw it. I know Christy saw it because she takes Police Memorial Park very near to her heart, and Mark Tavares saw it. And that was the Police Memorial Rock. That was the only thing left at the old City Hall. And the three of us got together, and Mark's a good friend of mine, said, we are not going to leave the rock here. We're going to make sure it goes to the appropriate place. And, you did a great job, Mark. I mean, you had the honor guard out there. You had a very solemn event to actually move the rock from City Hall. We moved up to Police Memorial Park. The three of us found the right spot for it. We placed it there. The Summerlin Rotary Club came out one afternoon, not only to spruce up the park, but to make sure they put the finishing touches on that rock. And that rock was dedicated as the first memorial for our fallen officers last month during the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial Ceremony. And it is there as the first remembrance of all those officers that have died in the line of duty protecting this community. And it fits in perfectly with the rest of the park that we are going to make sure, and I know Christy is going to make sure, it is always there as a first-class tribute to those officers. So I didn't know you were doing this. I very much appreciate it. Under Sheriff Dixon, thank you very much, and I'm just honored to be always be a member of the police department. And I also want to also recognize my liaison, Anthony Ruggiero, and my assistant, Becky Skousen. They were actively involved in making sure this happened also. So thanks to both of you.
So we'll go to 10. We will recess now till 10 o'clock, and then we will start the rest of the City Council meeting. Thank you very much.
I was afraid I was going to give it away. That's why I kind of hung back this morning.
So read your name. Go take a picture of that. It's going to fall over.
She says you have to go in.
Take it for breakfast.
What I do. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Trish, can you, hi Terry, can you take a picture of this? Absolutely. Oh, okay. Okay, right there. All right, one here and then one with Barb. Okay. Oh, wait a minute, gotta do that again. Perfect. Okay, Barbara.
They're still sitting.
Okay, we've got two. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are great. You can keep any secret anywhere, anytime. Don't forget your day. Huh? Boy, does she know you.
Yeah, no kidding. Congratulations. See you guys. See you later.
Recess has concluded. We are now into Agenda Item 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We will set the time for 1 minute. So I have 2 cards here, one from Val Sharp and a second one from Catherine Duncan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I saw on the agenda a
Would
bill.
you repeat your name?
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Thank
I
you.
forgot to do that. Val Sharp, President of the LVCEA. I saw an article in the paper that was referencing a bill that's going to be presented by, or read today, I believe, by my council representative, Bob Coffin, bill number 2012-27. It indicates in there that there would not be any comments unless, I guess, the council would authorize it. So I wanted to use an opportunity here to speak to it based upon the fact that there was a newspaper article written regarding this bill. The CEA doesn't have an official position on for or against the bill. However, there were comments made in the news, on the news article, referencing that if this goes through and you pass the bill and whatever's done by the bill allows the owner to use the property in a manner that they deem to be better than the present use, that the lender owner, I guess is the best way to use the term, would be willing to pay to the council or to the city all of the outstanding fees or penalties that were assessed to that property when it was owned by the previous owner. The amount given out was $1.5 million. This would be newfound money. It would go into the general fund, I believe, And as a consequence, part of the article indicated that maybe this might be used to aid Kirk Henry, who was, who sued Rislow and is trying to get a $10 million judgment. Our concern is that that effort would be made because I don't see where the city has any culpability in that area or responsibility to help resolve Kirk Henry's issue against Rislow. However, we do like the idea that there's $1.5 million coming into the city coffers that is found money. It's not part of your current budget. And what we would hope to see is that those funds would be used to, one, restore the 40-hour work week, because we already have $1 million bonus budgeted. That makes it $2.5 million. If those funds come in, you only need about another $1 million to cover that half year of the upcoming fiscal year to pay for that restoration. Or that another alternative would be to bring more people back on the RIF list. Because as was expressed by a number of the council people, and I do appreciate your comments, and I will acknowledge them when I reviewed the CD, because they were very helpful to our case, it would help bring up the service level for those areas of the city that are adversely affected by not having sufficient people to cover those duties and obligations.
Thank you. Thank
so
you
if you have
very
any
much.
questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Ms. Duncan. Here she comes. Here we go.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is, and City Council, my name is Catherine Duncan. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 48, which is the F Street reopening. I'm here today because I believe we continue to make a mistake on the F Street reopening. I'm representing the constituents who actually own property or who live on F Street. We're not the F Street Coalition, although we do want to thank the people who were the F Street Coalition for working on our behalf.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
I do want to let you know that that item has been stricken, number 48.
It has been stricken?
Yes. And so I'm sure you would make a strong statement, but it has been stricken. It is absolutely, I gather, it's moot. It's moot.
So may I continue then, Councilman?
I mean, you're welcome to speak to it, but it has
Thank
been
you.
stricken.
Thank you. I just want to
let
I want to please ask the city to really reconsider what we're doing on the F Street. I've been sent here by the constituents to tell you that their feelings have been hurt, their spirits have been broken, and they continue to be embarrassed to speak in public. They want to draw your attention to a Department of Justice complaint that's been lodged against the city of Las Vegas, and that they have a development concept for the neighborhood, which they would like for the redevelopment agency, the Public Works Department, Historic Preservation to consider. That involves enhancing the Pioneer Trail, creating community gardens, event centers, assisting the Town Tavern and the Walker African American Museum, and creating a marketing concept that involves Uptown Las Vegas to celebrate the many beautiful churches that we have in our community. And just to conclude, we're encouraging you not to make a mistake, not to reopen F Street before we get a master plan for the neighborhood. Okay? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else? Please step forward. State your name.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, item number 46. And I don't know what's going to be said on that, and I'll have more to say on this on citizen participation in Metro Physical Affairs. But as we speak, there is a civil war going on down in Mexico with these drug cartels. Over 19,000 people, innocent people, have been massacred, basically, down there, getting shot in the crossfire. If that ever happens in Las Vegas, if that ever finds its way up here, it will be a financial disaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, and we will now move on to item number 12, business item, Possible action, any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 45, a report by the City of Las Vegas, Home Free Nevada, and State Office of Energy on the implementation of the Energy Fit Nevada program. Staff has requested that be stricken. Item number 48, authorizing staff to condemn for temporary construction easements in support of the F Street reopening project. Staff has asked that be stricken. Item number 51, appeal of work card denial for Rachel Sider. Staff has asked that be stricken. And then item number 53, review of conditions on a reflexology establishment license, Liming Jing, DBA Superior Reflexology, 2221 Paradise Road. The applicant has asked that be held in abeyance till August 1st, 2012, and that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And you did vote?
Mine showed have voted.
Okay, Councilman Beers, he voted yes as well. Please, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move that agenda item number 17 be pulled off the consent agenda and handled in the Administrative Services discussion section. There's a small amendment to that item that we want to handle before we pass it.
We can do that under the consent agenda. We'll pull it under the consent agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
And amend it at that point? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
on that
Councilwoman.
item number 17, however, usually the amount of the annual salary and the benefits, I think, are included, where here it's noted benefits, but not the amount of benefits. Am I incorrect? I do think that any and all benefits should be noted. That might be different from the usual particularly.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 13 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the special joint city council and redevelopment agency meeting of May 15th, 2012. The regular city council meeting of May 16. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
It's not letting me click on it.
And Councilman Beers, is it coming through? There we go. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to the consent agenda. And items 14 through 43, save item 17.
Is this where I would
Yes, this is
note
this
the
phase.
amendment? The amount is, should be changed, of the salary to $48,006, which is consistent with all the other special assistants.
We got to pull that one. Okay, you'll do that at this point. Okay. So items 14 through 43, with the exception of item 17 on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Item 17. Okay. Any other items? Not hearing none. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 43, except for item 17, which will be heard separately.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Okay. It's not coming through? Okay, now you're clean. Okay. Okay, and now we will hear on item number 17.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move amend the item to change the salary to $48,006 for 8006 to make it consistent with the other special assistant salaries, and that we otherwise pass this item.
And question from Councilwoman Tarkanian. There you are, Mr. Vincent. On the benefits, please.
For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer. We have on occasion in error published an estimated benefit number. Just let me explain a little bit. All employee groups, whether you're IAFF, LVCEA, appointive, get the same benefit package. The utilization of it may be different individually. We obviously don't cost the utilization individually. We cost it on an aggregate basis with a fringe benefit rate. So if we put anything down, it would be a fringe benefit rate estimate, but it wouldn't be their actual benefits because that'll depend on utilization. But everybody in those payroll groups get the same exact benefit package.
Speaking. So that means that the annual salary falls within the consistency of what we've been giving in the past. The benefits fall within the consistency of what we've given in the past, and there are no fringe benefits.
There are fringe benefits in terms of pension, their health insurance, leave benefits, but they're the same benefits that everybody else
it's all
in that category.
Consistency. Now, my concern was not particularly about the individual or with Councilman Beers, what he's doing. It's just that after 7 years on the board, and I've mentioned this for years, we don't seem to have a consistency in how we do things, and I just think that's very important. I think it's important for morale. I think it's important for the public's belief in what we're doing, too. So as long as the consistency is there, and if there's any way that we can write up where this experience counts for something or that experience for something else so that we can maintain consistency in the future, I think that's very important. But anyway, as far as this question, I wanted Councilman Beers to know it had nothing to do with it just happened you happened to be the person who was adding someone. I just want to make sure, because I've worked on this so long and so many times, it has not been consistent, and I just hope we can keep that up. Thank you.
Councilman Beers?
Yeah. To be clear, this is not a new position. This is a replacement for a position that Councilman Wolfson had. We're probably reducing the cost 30 to 40%, I'll bet, from the predecessor individual in order to tighten the belt down here at City Hall. But it's not a new position.
And I know that I just wanted to say that it is a position where we're hiring a new person, and that was the inconsistency. New people coming in as members of council people's staff, there was not the consistency. And that was what I was questioning, not that it's replacing someone. Thank you.
Thank you. And so do you want to make a motion on this, please?
I would move that we amend and approve this item.
Thank you. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. Thank you. Motion carries. And now we'll move on to item number 44. Is that correct? Are we on 44? Okay. This is an administrative item, abeyance item, a report for possible action regarding federal funding dependencies. This is in reference to all wards. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Mark Vincent for the record. First of all, a little apology. When we wrote the agenda summary page, probably about the time we were filing the amended budget, and the purpose and background, I had provided some estimates of our grant program. At that time, I was looking at funding, and as you know, we have delayed and obeyed due to travel schedules and other scheduling issues this item. And in the course of that, as I developed the presentation, I decided it would make more sense if I made the presentation relative to new grants compared to new revenues as opposed to funding. Oftentimes our grant programs will carry over years, particularly in the construction-related things, so the funding carries over. So anyway, I changed my methodology, so just for the record, some of the numbers I'll be sharing with you this morning won't exactly match the purpose and background. That's because I changed my approach, and I apologize for that. The other thing I wanted to just mention before I started, that obviously I got some help in preparing this. I am not a grants administrator. I am not a manager of any of the programs, so I obviously relied upon folks like Steve Harson and Lisa Morris-Hibbler, Tim Whitwright, Jorge Cervantes, and Patty Braganza, also in finance, and had a little bit of conversation with Vicki Kramer, Washington lobbyists, on some of these issues. And I just want to thank them for the contribution. Some of them are here in the audience, so this presentation is intended to be high level and it's sort of a conceptual and process and perhaps some guidance. But you may have questions about specific programs as we get through this, and so if I can't answer the question, probably one of those folks here can. So that's my disclaimer. With respect to the objectives, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I really want to give you a little bit of overview of the different types of grants in terms of the categories of grants, a little bit perspective of what it means to the city, these federal monies mean to us, and a little bit about the outlook and some of the challenges that we may have. By the way, this is, I meant to say this early on as well, this is, I think, the fifth in a series of presentations and discussions that we've been having to the council relative to our budget. Now, obviously, we're having this post-budget, but this is an area that we don't have a lot of control over, and so the presentation has no impact on the budget. It's more of a strategic discussion more than anything else, so I wanted to mention
a lot of that would have to do with the fact that the federal budget's not really set.
No, and it probably won't be till
right.
next calendar year at the rate we're going. Little overview on the grant types. There's three primary categories that we think about. There's the formulaic, which is obviously a distribution of monies that's based on a formula. Oftentimes it's population or some other measurable attribute that they do that. Some of the grants may look at unemployment figures and things of that nature. Competitive grants, usually these are for a specific project, things that the grant application requires us to maybe make some contribution or partnering with somebody, describe how we're going to implement that program, so it's a competitive process. And then another one, which we don't see much anymore and didn't see a lot of in the past, was by appropriation or earmark. We call those earmarks, where through specific congressional legislation, money set aside for specific projects. So those are sort of the three categories. A little overview in terms of some of the numbers. This isn't too busy of a slide, but the total budget number here for those 4 fiscal years reference is new revenue. This is not carryover money. It's new revenue that we have identified in the budget. So it's less than what our total budget number would be, because a lot of our capital programs carry over. And then we categorize the federal grant money we have in these three categories. And then express those as a percent of the total new revenues. A couple things I wanted to point out. The first thing, and we'll talk about that in a second, but first thing in fiscal year 10, a lot of the competitive money, a lot of that was error-related or recovery-related money, and I'm going to go into that detail a little bit. If you take that, some of that out, and then account for in fiscal year 13, you'll notice that we don't have a number in there for competitive. Some of those grants have not been awarded yet, probably won't be awarded till the end of this month. We have a Tiger grant, for example, that I think it's 11.3 or 11.8 million, I forget the exact number, for our road project we're doing. We are looking favorable that that will happen. So that would be in addition to this number here. If you were to throw into some of the grants that we either already know we've been awarded since I prepared this or think we will get awarded, our percentage for fiscal year 13 would be a little over 3%. So the bottom line here is to give you a little perspective. Our federal grant revenues, new awards, are running in the 2 to 3% category normally. The other interesting thing about the percentages, it's not, you can look on the formulaic, you can see there has been a decrease year to year to year. CDBG, for example, or Community Block Grant money from HUD is down, I think, 20% from 10 to 13, so it's a major driver in that. And we'll be talking about that in a little bit. But the biggest reason I think that the percentages have been stable or even growing a little bit is because our total new revenue numbers are dropping. And so that's really the driver there. I think I mentioned the Tiger Grant in particular. Let me then focus on this competitive number from 2010. I'm going to give you a little more detail than I really intended to do, but I think it's helpful. That $76 million in 2010 breaks down in these categories, and I know some of you hate acronyms as much as I do. This is a particular area that I'm not strong in, so I'm going to, if you allow me, read and define some of the acronyms for you, all the acronyms on this page. First of all, NSP 1, that stands for Neighborhood Stabilization Program. HERA, H-E-R-A, stands for the Housing and Economic Recovery Act. JAG is the Byrne Justice Assistance Grant, and that came from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. DOE is Department of Energy. FEMA is Federal Emergency Management Agency. HS is the Department of Homeland Security. UASI, UASI, is the Urban Area Security Initiative. Again, under Homeland Security, MMRS is the Metropolitan Medical Response System. HS is the Health and Human Services, and DOT is the Department of Transportation. Now, these aren't a listing of all the individual grants. It's sort of categorized by source. And in 2010, of that $76 million, of course, these two categories, the NSP and the DOT, are the two that just jump off the page at us. And of course, NSP 1 was the first program where we were trying to stabilize neighborhood programs in terms of buying distressed properties. The Department of Transportation, the $44.9 million, there are three particular categories in there that drove that. One was a huge project, the US 95 at Horse Interchange. That was a $25.8 million of that 44.9. We also got $5.5 million for the ITS Communication Infrastructure Phase 2. ITS is the Intelligent Transportation System. And then there was a little over $9 million for various paving and reconstruction projects. So there were a lot of shovel-ready projects, so to speak, that we were able to get money in 2010. 2010 is an anomaly because of what was going on.
Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Vincent, going back to the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, I believe that's the NSP 1.
Yes.
The $20.7 million, did that all come to the city of Las Vegas, or was that the state of Nevada and then it was broken out to various municipalities?
You know, I don't know that I can answer that question, but I believe it came through the state. Tim?
Tim?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Which one? Just come forward, Tim, if you don't mind. I know you worked very closely to the NSP, so if you could just explain.
Yeah, absolutely. About $5 million of that came from the state, and the remainder came directly from the federal government, but went straight to the city.
So the city of Las Vegas received $20.7 million for NSP.
Correct.
And of that NSP, of the NSP dollars, how much of those funds have been expensed?
Oh, over 100%. We're actually working off of program income right now.
What does that mean, over 100%?
Sure. It means that essentially what we're doing is buying foreclosed properties, rehabilitating them, and then reselling them to qualified families. But what happens is when you sell that property, you're receiving revenue from that sale. And so that revenue minus the cost of acquiring and rehabbing, those dollars go back into the program. They're recycled. So we actually spent all the original funds, and now we're working off of the, if you want to call it, recycled dollars.
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you. Please continue.
Actually, I had those numbers in here. There was 14,775 came directly to us, and the 5.9 is what came, I think, through the state. So, let let me talk a little bit about some of the grant challenges that we're facing continually, and some of these are even changing over time. Obviously, the first one is the big issue. There are periods of times where you can that you get notice of the grant and you have to apply within a certain time frame. If there's any sort of collaboration or fund matching that has to go on, all that has to be resolved during that period of time to make sure we apply timely. And often grants have a period of performance that you have to perform in, and so timing's an issue, and it's always something we're dealing with. Oftentimes, and more is the case, grants require matching funds or some in-kind contribution. We're seeing this more and more. In fact, the Tiger grant I mentioned earlier is a case and point where we applied for it last year but didn't provide any of our own funding, and you actually, I think, approved $3.6 million in our budget this year from general fund to match our match for that for this coming year, which we believe is going to help us get that grant. With respect to administration of the grant, some grants don't have any allowance for administrative, so that's all on our own. Many grants do provide some. We know, for example, in the CDBG area, there was a move afoot to drop the administrative percentage from 20 to 10. They kept it at 20. How long that will be, I don't know. I can tell you that we also did a little analysis, a high-level analysis, look at the folks that we know that are involved in the grant process in the various departments. We have a very decentralized approach to our grant administration and management. Part of that's by need, and part of that's just by design. And we estimate we spend probably $2.5 to $3 million a year just in salaries and benefits in administering these grant programs. So when you look at grant revenues in total in the maybe 20, 30, if we're in a good year range, anywhere from 10 to 30 million, you can think that a good chunk of that 10% or more is being consumed in administrative support for those monies. So there's always that issue that we have to deal with. There is more and more desire for regional collaboration. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's probably a good thing, but it does affect the timing. So now it's not just about us. It's about our neighbors. It's about the county. It's about organizing and involving a nonprofit, for example. So that's becoming more and more of an issue. And oftentimes we don't get the recognition, perhaps, that we think we deserve and are owed. And I've mentioned this on the bond side. We're trying to sell bonds. This is another issue where perhaps older cities, a Boston, a Chicago, a San Francisco, will get perhaps a better treatment than we do. One of the things we try to do to fight against that, and some of you know, Councilman Ross isn't here, but I know he's, actually all of you, with the possible exception of the two new council members, have made trips back to Washington, D.C., having a presence there, meeting with the congressional delegation, meeting with some of the departments is always meaningful, having a presence there. So we try to combat this issue with that. And then more and more we see
Mr. Vincent, sure. Is there any record of any value? I mean, have we ever documented where we are traveling back to D.C. and going in and seeing our representatives, and aside from the fact that we're greeted so nicely, has it been effective at all in gaining these grants, as we seem to fail so often?
I don't want to pretend to speak for Ted, and maybe Betsy could even chime in, but I believe we get anecdotal reactions back that it is beneficial, that it is. I know, for example, Councilman Ross's visit was very instrumental. That was specifically a feedback I got from Vicki. Having gone there was very helpful. But, you know, as terms of measuring it, absolutely, I don't think we have such a measure. But
I think the other thing that it does, Mayor, is it gives us an opportunity to talk one-on-one with the administrators of those programs, and it gives them exposure to the things that we're working on, and we get exposure to the things that they're trying to achieve. So that opportunity to collaborate is much more apparent as a result of those trips. It just doesn't happen by reading a grant application or some of those other things. And oftentimes, at least what I've personally experienced, is when we go and we actually sit down with some of those agency leaders and folks that are spearheading new programs or grant efforts, not actually the grant deciders, but the people who are designing the programs for which the grants go towards, we find out quite a bit that helps us fine-tune our programs to make them more successful in a grant that we might submit. As Mark mentioned, our track record as a region has been somewhat spotty. We've been successful in some areas and not so successful in others. And that might be a way that we would focus some of our trips if we knew that there was additional funding coming forward or there's funding still available, because we know the federal government's cutting back significantly, then it would be a good way for us to really focus our efforts. I think it does make a difference.
And again, the last point I had here was that as we rely on nonprofit agencies to help execute our grants, or maybe a subrecipient, we have to rely on them and their ability to administer and manage those grants. And oftentimes, some of the nonprofits, the small nonprofits in this area, don't have the capacity to do that. So then it falls back on us. So those are some of the challenges and issues we have with them, and they are what they are, and we just have to learn to manage through them. My final slide here, I just want to talk a little bit, what we see in the future. We clearly see budget tightening looming. The Budget Control Act, the super committee that was supposed to find a way to make the budget cuts failed, and so now we're faced with Congress having to make its cuts across the board, if you will, to all programs. I think it's half a $1 trillion over the next 10 years. It's not insignificant. So we're going to see programs like CDBG and others that we've relied upon probably get additional cuts. So we're going to see that. Earmark appropriations, I hear that there may be some interest to bring them back, but they're going to continue to get high public scrutiny, and they're going to continue probably that we might see more requirements in the way of matching. So it's going to be probably fewer of those. So it seems that when all the dust settles, if we are going to go after more and more federal money where we need it, it's going to be more and more of a competitive process. That's likely what we'll see. And again, not all grants have favorable results. We do have issues sometimes with being able to execute the grants in the time frames, administering them properly, our own contributions. So we've got to deal with those issues. And the other issue, which is probably of everything that I've talked about today, the one thing that maybe we have some additional discussion and work on is how we internally administer grants. As I mentioned, we're somewhat decentralized. At one time, we did have a grants administrator that was centrally located in administrative services, but the fact of the matter is we get, in 2010, I think we had 30-plus individual grants. If we're successful with the few that we see coming in from DOT, we'll probably have 15, maybe 20 grants this year in 2013. Those are all individually managed in the programs, whether it's Public Works, whether it's in neighborhood services, or whether it's in the fire department, wherever it is. They're individually managed there, and I think that makes some sense. Those people know the programs and so on and so forth, but we don't, we've moved away from the central process, because that position, when it became vacated, was one of the positions we eliminated in the reduction. So now it's more incumbent upon us to work collaboratively and find some way to share information, and I think that's maybe an area that we could probably do better on if we're not, if as we study through this and talk about it, if it's not an area that we want to centralize, then we need to find an area perhaps to better communicate. Recently, I asked finance a question. I don't have the answer at my fingertips, but it seems to me we've had a little bit more difficulty in the administrative side of some of these grants, and We've had some disallowances, nothing really major, but enough to become an annoyance. And we obviously, any disallowances is a bad thing, so maybe we need to do something different. And so we're starting to have those sorts of discussions as well.
Does the city front, in some of these prospective thoughts, does the city front the money and then just hope that the grant's going to come in and pay ourselves back? How does that operate?
We don't front the money in the sense until we know we've been awarded the grant. But oftentimes the way the grants do work, and this is a financial issue, the expectation is it's a reimbursement. So we are incurring the expenses and then we're getting reimbursed. And that has been an issue of discussion with the Taxation Department and the Committee on Local Government Finance, that we have a requirement in our accounting chapters in 354 that we have to deal with interfund loans, if you will. And so we've talked about doing it in a generic sense because everybody who receives grant money falls in this category. So, there is very little risk. The risk is all in the execution of the grant and the proper administration to make sure that we don't have any disallowed costs. And there's one in particular that I can recall that I think was a result of a fraud that we had to deal with that as well. So.
But overall, your thoughts are that we will see continued cuts?
I believe so. You see that already in the CDBG block grant. It's been dropping and will probably continue to drop.
And the same with the emergency management?
Not sure about that one in particular. I don't know if there's anyone else can answer that better, but that one...
We're going to see a reduction in the UASI funding.
Yeah.
Which has, over the last several years, gone to fund things like training exercises, critical incident management exercises, and things like that we've hosted here locally. In fact, our fire department's been one of the ones coordinating some of those training exercises for all local fire departments in previous years. So, yeah, we are worried about that. It has a pretty significant impact on Metro, more directly than us. We're hoping that we will be able to sustain the funding from the Metropolitan Medical Response System, as well as our Citizens Training Corps, which is something that Carolyn and Rick work very hard to sustain, which gets citizens out in the community ready and prepared for significant disasters. So we're trying to sustain all of that, as well as some of the matching funding that we take advantage of through the state for emergency management support. So we're keeping a very close eye on that. I think, Mayor, probably where you're going with this is the impact on the UASI funding because of the changing in the rankings and the amount of money available. I was just in a meeting yesterday afternoon, and the thought is that funding is going to dry up, period. And so one of the reasons why we're having these conversations is that we need to get prepared for that, and it's not just us, and I know there's some Metro folks that are out in the audience, but the sheriff and I have talked about this, that they're having to prepare in their future budgets for the dwindling of some of the federal support for many of these programs, as will other local governments. If COPS funding continues to get curtailed, we don't use that funding, other local governments do, and that could impact overall policing in the valley. So even though there may not be a direct impact on the numbers Mark's put up on the chart here, there are direct impacts to our sister cities and Metro in some of these federal cuts on top of what we may be feeling in CDBG or emergency management or transportation grants, et cetera.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, comments, council? Thank you. There would be a motion to accept the report, please.
Motion to accept the report.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. We have accepted your report. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to item number 45. That is stricken. And we'll move on to item number 46, report possible action regarding the trends in downtown area command, crime statistics, and crime reports, all wards. Mr. Sanchez.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. I'm Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Richard Collins, but I do not. Oh,
Here
here
he
he is right
comes.
now. Okay. My pleasure to introduce Mr. Captain Richard Collins from the Metropolitan Police Department. Mr. Collins has been serving the residents and the citizens of Las Vegas for over 36 years. His tenure with Metropolitan Police Department, he's done just about everything, ranging from internal affairs, SWAT, gangs, vice, you name it, he's probably done it. Currently, as the captain, when he's promoted to captain, he's served in the Vice Narcotics Bureau Commander, Traffic Bureau Commander, and Northeast Area Commander. Very nice guy. I met him for the first time last Thursday. It was a pleasure meeting him, and I think you'll be impressed with his presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Captain Collins.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor,
Good morning.
and congratulations on your anniversary.
Thank you. I just am pinching myself.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, good morning to you also.
And if you'll announce your name for the record.
I'm Captain
please.
Richard Collins for Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, currently the downtown commander for the downtown area command. Before I get started, I would like to kind of advise you what I've done. I've taken some metro statistics, and they were not able to be seen on the board, so I had to readjust them so that they're visible. I've also taken the time to take out the police jargon to where it's understandable, and there will be a couple places where I use 400 codes is what Metro uses to identify problems, and I will explain them as I go, but if I don't, feel free to ask me what they are. Okay? So before I get started, I'd also like to say that this is the first time I've come before the City Council to speak, and with the new building, it's a very warm place to be, so I thank you for that. So, moving
We're
on.
extremely proud of it.
I bet you are. Anyway, for the downtown Las Vegas is a safer place, and the reasons for it, we believe, is due to the enforcement that the police do, along with the city marshals, our social interaction, and our partnerships.
Mayor, if I could just, would you just define when you say downtown Las Vegas, what the parameters are of that?
Okay, if you don't mind, I've got a map to
Oh,
actually
you
show
do?
you.
Okay, good.
Okay, in the presentation. What I've done is I've taken a map of downtown Las Vegas. I've also got a map in there on the corridor, which I call my core area. Through discussions with your staff, I find out that the term core and downtown do not mean the same things between the two organizations. My core is a specific area where I understand the core of Las Vegas is a much bigger thing. So my downtown area command is different than what city calls downtown. So I'll show you as we go and explain if necessary. But on the charts, I'd also like to explain that I use a national model. The first chart there is the Uniform Crime Reporting Statistics, which all police departments have to send to the FBI. And this is what they use to tell you what your crime rate is for your city. Now, the first one I've got here, the Uniform Crime Statistics, everybody will tell you they don't believe it's fair because they don't count the 44 million tourists we get here every year. This is based on the population of 1.4 million. So the numbers are slightly skewed. Okay? But we still do quite a good job considering what we deal with. Okay? As you can see in the yellow on the far right, since 2007, crime has reduced 25%. This report was sent in May to the FBI, and the current status 2012 compared to 2011 year-to-date, we're currently up 2% in the crimes. And the crimes are listed over on the left-hand side, telling you what types of crimes that they evaluate. Okay? Moving on, this is the Metro crime statistics we use. And the format they come in, as I stated earlier, they're so small you could not see them up on a screen, so I readjusted them and put them so they're highly visible. The top section under violent crimes, we measured them year-to-date. And I compare my statistics for all of Metro from this time. Well, this particular one was ending in May 26th of 2012. Okay, so it's 5 months of statistical data, and I compare it to the year before in 2011. So if you move down to the total violent in the yellow section, for all of Metro, Violent crimes down 5% for all of Metro. Move down the property crime section and the total property. Sir?
Councilman?
I need to stop you, Captain. That's just a typo there on robbery. You know, you've got a number there that's probably not real. Would that be 95 on the robberies year to date instead of 995?
It's either 99 or 95, sir, yes. And I would assume
Well,
that it's 95 based on the .40.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, continuing. The property crimes, again, are down 9.91%, and again, for all of Metro. Now, on the bottom, those are the 400 codes over on the left, as I was explaining, and they're calls for service. The 401 through 447, a 401 is an accident. A 447 is a civil disturbance. So there's a large number of calls in between there, and calls for service, they've gone up 11% this time for 2012 as compared to 2011, again for all Metro. The 404 is unknown trouble. It's gone up 39% this year over last year. 404A is your basic 911 call. It's gone up 33%. Now 467 is a car stop, and depending on who you talk to, many people can give you reasons why our car stops are down. Okay? It could be the economy. It could be less people are driving. It could be that, you know, that people are obeying the law. Okay? We don't quite know. But it is down 2%. 468 means people stops. Every time a police officer stops a person, they call it a person stop. It's up 3%. And 469 is a building or a business where officers go in and look and or talk to the individuals inside, usually the owners, to see what problems they have and how they can interact with them. Okay, so
Is this
17%.
due to unemployment, all of these numbers going up? Is there some guess here as what's going on?
I'm sorry. The unemployment rate does not necessarily translate to more calls for service. And how we fight crime and the calls that are going up just means that more people are calling us. But when crime is actually going down, it's opposite of what you're asking. So we're making crime go down, but we're having more calls, but we're doing a better job of it. Okay? Does that make sense?
Sounds very good to me.
Okay. Moving on to the next page. Now, for Councilman Tarkanian, here's the map that I was talking about. This is outlined of the downtown area command. My west boundary is I-15. My south boundary is Sahara. My north boundary is Owens. And the east boundary is a combination of Mojave and 95 as it swings around. So that is what I call the downtown area command. In Metro, you probably all know there's 8 area commands. And downtown is actually the smallest, but is also the most congested. So does that answer your question, Councilman? Okay. Now, I've taken this and we had the overall pictures of the uniform crime reporting, then the overall for Metro, and then we're moving into downtown area command specific crime statistics. This year, from 2012 back to 2011 in comparison, our crime and violent crime is down 5%. Our property crimes is down 2%. When we get down into the calls for service, we see some of the things going up, but also like our 911 calls at 404As, they're actually going down in the downtown area command, which again means that we're doing something right. But trying to put a name to it, I can't really do that. I can speculate or I can guess, but not necessarily give you a positive answer. Okay? Moving on. Now, this is what I call my core area, as I explained a little bit earlier. The core area, it was developed several years ago because you see the center of that blue, the outline is Fremont Street. Okay, we have what we call Core 1 and Core 2. In Core 1, we have both of them, we have 24-hour police activity that we assign a unit to. Core 1 is from Main Street, or you can see west back to the tracks on the other side of the plaza, down to Las Vegas Boulevard. Core 2 area is from Las Vegas Boulevard down to 15th Street. In my Core 1 area, it's mostly under the canopy, therefore we use a lot of bicycles to patrol that and or foot patrols. On the Core 2 areas, it goes from Las Vegas Boulevard down to 15th Street. We use bikes sometimes, depending on how busy they are, and or we use black and whites to handle the Core 2 area calls. Now, these are my actual stats. So these are from January to April 30th of this year. These stats I had prepared to see if I could justify the manpower that I was putting down in the core areas, the Core 1 and Core 2, all 3 shifts for 7 days a week. And the numbers that I came up with are pretty much self-explanatory of why we keep them. For comparison of this year from January 2nd to April 30th to January 2nd, April 30th of 2011, the total events have been reduced by 23% as a direct result of the Corps officers. Our robberies are down 17%. Our gun calls are down 35%. Assaults are down 23%, and the fight calls are down 20%. So, again, self-explanatory about the reduction of crime, and a lot of it is due to presence. You know, presence is a deterrent for most cases. Now, it's our belief that downtown Las Vegas is a safer place because, first off, enforcement. And how do I do enforcement? Okay. I have an area command. I have 116 patrol officers that work out of that downtown area command that patrols everything in that map, which goes all the way down to Sahara and 95. So, again, that's not actually in the core area, but is part of my area that I have to patrol. I have 20 PSU, COP, and property crimes officers. PSU stands for Problem Solving Unit, COP stands for Community Oriented Policing, and PC stands for Property Crimes. I have my bike teams that work downtown, well, not exclusively, they work on the Strip also, but in highly congested areas is where they work because they're very mobile. The Fremont Street core areas I just explained to you in my core units. We have downtown cameras which we monitor inside the downtown area command station that has visual observations on Fremont all the way from 15th up to the canopy, and then we are assisted by some of the hotels and the Fremont Experience with video up there to assist in apprehending suspects. Now, the analysis of crime tactics to impact our neighborhoods, that's called ACTION, and it's an acronym for the weekly meeting that the sheriff has with all the bureau commanders and staff of Metro. Every week, Tuesday at 9:30, we go to this briefing and we discuss what our crime problems are and how we should or should not attack them. If we're effective or if we're not effective, or in downtown area command, if I had a rise in sexual assaults, they would be asking me how I'm handling that and what resources I'm using to get a handle on it. Community interaction. Now, this is the CPS is a crime prevention specialist. Every area command in Metro has a CPS, a crime prevention specialist, that goes out, talks to businesses, to citizens, and to hotels, motels, and tell them how they can prevent crime. Now, that's just one way. If you don't allow somebody the ability to rob you, then you're not going to get robbed. If you put bars up on your hotel in the back in an alley, to where people can't break in a window, they won't do it. So preventive maintenance is what our crime prevention is. COP, again, is my community-oriented policing, and the homeless evaluation liaison program underneath that, the help team, they work for the COP. I'll get a little more into that in a minute. Now, First Tuesday, we have that at all area commands. Last night we had First Tuesday. It starts at 7 o'clock, and there's usually a topic of some kind. Last night was Crime Stoppers. And they tell you, in case you do see a crime, how do you report it? You call Crime Stoppers. There's a reward available if you get somebody turned in, but most people don't accept the rewards. They do as good citizens. So. Partnerships, and this is the one that I think we're most proud of between the collaboration of the city and Metro. You know, we work well and on a regular basis with the city marshals, Muni Court, city attorney. We do that on a daily basis. Our code enforcement. Your code enforcement working with my COP teams. Town hall meetings. When a town hall meeting's put together, I try to go myself. If not, I send one of my representatives. I recently went to one in Councilman Kaufman's neighborhoods, and it was small but quite productive. Rapid response. I mean, we couldn't do without them. The neighborhood services that you people provide. Rob from the Neighborhood Service, I mean, he's great to work with. And business license, of course, if we got a problem in business and we bring it to their attention, business license acts on it. Now, I said I was going to bring this up. My help team, they work with the homeless. And this is a picture, and I'm not exactly sure exactly, it's 3 or 4 years ago. And it was down on Four Master Lane between Main and Las Vegas Boulevard. In the past, most police agencies attacked homeless issues or vagrant issues by arresting people. And somebody finally got smart and found out that social interaction is a whole lot better way to go. When they started doing that, started talking to the homeless and started giving them counseling, rehab, veteran services, and providing them, with a lot of things that would assist them, we found out that these people stopped being criminals. Okay? They were only criminals because of their situation, but the police officers arrested them and therefore made them criminals. So based on that and taking the social look at it, okay, this is what Four Master looks like today. It was cleaned up several years ago, and on a daily basis, it looks like this. The people do not hang out on the street. They don't camp out. They don't do their business on the street. And between the city helping us and my help team, we've come a long way. We've still got a ways to go.
Mayor? Yes, Councilman. I think this would be a good segue to thank a number of people who assisted me in my efforts on Four Master. One being Mark Schofield. I know his title has changed. What is he now?
Captain Schofield, he's a deputy chief now.
Deputy Chief?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Chief Schofield, Officer Snodgrass.
Ted Snodgrass was lieutenant, yes, sir, and he's retired.
Lieutenant. Yeah. Former Mayor Oscar Goodman.
Yes.
Former council member Stephen Wolfson. I want to thank those gentlemen, to include the Downtown Area Command, for working with us very closely to address the issues down there. And you're absolutely right. It has changed totally, because what was taking place with the number of individuals who were not only conducting drug sales and defecating and really had the streets looking a mess, they were camping in front of businesses that were unable to conduct business. And so they were losing a lot of business because their patrons would not come down that street in order to patronize them. And so thank you so very much for bringing this to the mayor and council's attention, and allowing me the opportunity to thank those gentlemen and all of their staffs for working with me in those efforts to clean up Four Master. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Go ahead.
Councilman Coffin has a comment?
Sir.
Thank you, Captain, for your report. I'd like to see the stats drilled down to sectors, because Charlie 3 and 4, I think it is, are a great bulk of the nicer residential areas of Ward 3. Not the only ones, just seems to be the ones that are near the downtown and butting up to the boulevard, Fremont, and Sahara. So people that come to town, this is where they come. And I am curious, something that I've always been worried about. I used to be a listener to the police radio. Probably ought to get that revived again. But Downtown Area Command is not the only command that services Ward 3, but it's certainly got most of it.
Yes, sir.
And with slide 9, you have, if we could put that up again, Downtown Area Command, 116 patrol. And then is the 20 for the problem-solving units, community-oriented police, and PC, I'm sorry, I forget what.
Property crimes, sir.
Pardon?
Property crimes?
Property crime.
Yes.
Is that 136 officers then in the entire Downtown Area Command?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So-
I also have 19 supervisors with that.
You have supers?
Supervisors, sergeants and lieutenants.
Sure. Okay, but this is for 21 shifts in the course of a week.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't count vacations and
That's correct.
sick
That's correct.
and all the things that, cut your staff down. We're horribly understaffed down here. And I just don't even think there's an argument that could be made that we're near anywhere where we ought to be. I'm not suggesting we take people from other places in this town, because there are other problem areas. But believe me, we need more police. And I don't know if anybody can argue against that But when you think about that, how many people are on a given shift, for example? How many really officers in downtown area command are really on shift to cover that huge area?
I can pull the numbers out of my briefcase, but right off the top of my head, I have like 5 squads per day or per shift, 15 squads, and we break that down by days off, and we work 40-hour weeks, 4 10s, so each squad is off 3 days. And on my high crime days, which are Friday and Saturday, I have triple squads, which means that those days I have 3 squads working on those days so we can attack the problems. So the actual numbers you're looking for, it's not across the board. I have like 50, 35, and what it adds up to 16 from my patrol officers. It depends on shift and the amount of calls for service, so they're broke down. So any given day, say day shift, you might have 20 officers out there patrolling the downtown area.
So that's 20 officers on the DTAC, which means probably about 1 officer per square mile, or not much more than that.
Well, if we've got 116 officers, I figure there's about 10,000 people each officer is responsible for, if that makes sense. There's a whole lot of people and not a whole lot of cops, and if you can get me more officers, I'd love you.
Well, listen, I really feel the city needs to support the request of the sheriff to get the quarter-cent sales tax that is due and was voted on by the public some time back. And that quarter-cent was taken away from, I was chairing the tax committee in 2009. We were going to pass it, but the majority of the Senate took it to the finance committee, which then spent the money elsewhere. And it just wouldn't permit it. It created a quarter-cent sales tax, but it didn't spend it here. And I just think we need to get that other quarter-cent sales tax approved by the legislature. And we need to, as a council, put our weight behind that tax. Otherwise, we're going to continue to be understaffed. And believe me, Ward 3 is not the only one. Everybody's understaffed. Ward 5 and Ward 1 butt up against Ward 3, and they have very similar intensive crime areas. So, and then, of course, if there's a crime in 1, 3, and 5, they're going to feel it in 2, 4, and 6 because you're going to go where the money is. If you live in 1, 3, and 5, but you want to go where the money is, you go up to 2, 4, and 6. So really, when you think about it, I just feel we're going to have a resolution in support of that tax, and sooner rather than later. I know my understanding is the sheriff's going to go to the next legislature, but I don't believe that we should wait. And he hasn't even started his public campaign on that. This is not enough people. And believe me, it's not against the police effort. You guys are doing a good job with what you have to work with. So
thank you.
Thanks for the statistics. I do want to see them drilled down by sector, please, at a future time, very, very soon.
You bet.
Because I'm getting word from people that they just don't feel it's the same as what's being painted here.
Well, if I may, when I did the Okie area, crime was actually down by 4% on the statistics we pulled out of there. So it was perception versus reality. So
it's a crime wave if something happens on your street. It's
yes.
Not so if it didn't. But we need to find out by sector, I think, and even closer if we can. Thanks a million.
You're welcome. And if I could, to assist you, when we did the quarter% sales tax, we hired 500 officers the first time. However, since the recession, I don't have the exact number, but it's like 260 officers we've lost through attrition. So everything we hired, if my numbers are correct, we've lost half the officers through the first quarter% sales tax. So anything you can do would help, I would appreciate. I'm sure the sheriff would too.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you, Councilman Coffin. I know no matter where you live in this country or probably in the world, the most important thing before you have anything else is safety. So I know we're all supportive of that. And did you want to make comment?
Thank you, Mayor. The statistics are pretty impressive. I mean, it's obviously downtown area command is a lot safer than in the past because the numbers are way down. The other side, though, Rich, is kind of the nuisance stuff that really isn't captured by data. The drunk guy wandering around, somebody sleeping in front of a business. When you're walking around downtown, do you feel like it's a safe area. What's your kind of sense of that portion of it that you can't really quantify? It's just more like you feel like you're walking around downtown and it feels safe or it doesn't feel safe. Give me kind of a sense of what the officers are seeing there.
Well, we're getting there. On my last slide where it says the future, that was where I was going with that. If I can elaborate on that, and then if that doesn't answer your question, then okay. The first Friday, everybody knows that that's been going for a long time. Well, in February, when they did the Burning Man, or they called it Lucy, okay, it went somewhere from the stats I believe were between 5,000 and 7,000 were going to First Friday. When they did that, it went up to 20,000 people. And every month since then, including this last Friday, we had approximately 20,000 people down there. So there's money down there. There's people down there. When the people are down there, the people who were the drunks falling in the street, they're not the same ones as they were. They're being moved out. There's properties being bought down there, and it's enhancing. And the same people are buying property down there are buying down in the Fremont East Entertainment District, where the bars are opening. I read an article on it. It was started in 2002, and then I believe in 2007, your predecessor and your husband, he also invested $5.5 million down there between 5th and 8th Street, which, again, takes those people off the street. The bar openers are there. They're getting more and more customers coming down. I mean, they're 21 to 29, which is a different age group. It's not just the tourists who bring their families. So the sense of security is building as it goes. And I went to the feed meeting last night over at the El Cortez, and they again were saying how much it's improved, how much better it's getting. They asked me the real simple questions like, can you keep the black and whites out front of my bar because it's bad for business? And I said, we'll do what we can. Okay, so perception again, as the cops are there to assist. They want foot patrol. They want high visibility. We give it to them. But when there's a fight and 5 black and whites roll in, then they say it's too much visibility. So we're trying to balance that. But for right now, at least down through 8th Street, we're doing quite well. And to be secure, I know when you were working at Metro, if you walked anything below 5th Street in the canopy, you took a chance of getting mugged or somebody trying to sell you dope or a prostitute hitting on you. That, I won't say it's all totally gone away, but it's a whole lot better than it used to be. Okay. Now, the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance, the mayor had to go for a press conference there last week, and I was supposed to go, but I had to stay at her Faith, forget the name. Yeah, there we go, the Faith Forum. But anyway, the statistics there, they said that they wrote in for 18% reduction from 2011 to 2010 in violent crimes in the downtown area command, which also goes to Fremont Street. And the property crimes are down by 16%. So again, the numbers are supporting the actual feeling. Years ago, I had a chief that said, if the people feel safe, they are safe. Well, no, they weren't. False sense of security, if you just feel safe, you're not totally safe. But if you have people around you and the bad guys go the other way because they see a uniformed officer walking around, that is when you are really safe. Okay? So, did that answer your question, sir? Yes. Okay.
And I would like to ask you, I'm not sure if the sheriff already does it, but having heard from different hotel owners in the downtown area, and probably it's true with businesses, it would really be helpful in some type of synopsis if they had this data, because the perception of the tourist is they remember the old downtown and the old core of the city. And so for them to have on some regular basis, if the sheriff would get it out to the ownership of the businesses and to the, unless he's already doing it, to the hotels.
Security chiefs meetings, okay, we meet on a monthly basis. We just had our meeting at the Smith Center, and we disseminate the crime statistics for each hotel to each one of them, and they can look at all our data to show where it's at. And so, yes, that helps. We got the core officers, we got the bike officers, we got the security officers, we got the security chiefs, and when we have a problem, we meet and we make a plan on how to fix it. So it's already in the action, but like anything else, we can probably do a little bit better.
Well, and our hope is to be able to have the funds one day to go down to Boulder Highway, down Fremont East, and make that same commitment so that it's just totally clean.
Yes.
So we thank you very much, Captain. Any other questions, comments? Anybody from the intern bank down there? See, they're learning how safe you're making our city. Anyone?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Coffin? Barlow?
Yes. Once again, I want to thank you for the report because what it does is provide a clear snapshot of what has taken place in the downtown and where we are today. And it's most definitely night and day, specifically with all of the projects and developments that have come along to assist in the efforts of pushing a lot of the negative elements out of the downtown community. And of course, that could not have been done without the efforts of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And under your leadership in downtown, I'm very grateful for your presence and you and your staff's presence to continue to make our community a safer place. So thank you.
Thank you again, Councilman.
Thank you, and Councilwoman.
I just wanted to state that in 2005, part of that area was in the ward I represented. And I saw then the beginnings of what Metro was trying to do and how you've put it together since then. It's just been phenomenal, the difference between that time and now, and so much credit goes to all of you. A lot of the people we never see goes to them too, and say a nice thank you for us.
I will, and thank you. If I may, in closing, the cooperative effort between the city and Metro on Fremont Street, I am not the only captain that's worked down here. All the officers over the years, since 2002, 10 years, have made it what it is today. So, again, I thank you all for the compliments, and I'll pass them on, and hopefully we'll just make it all the way down to Boulder Highway.
Thank you, and with that, I'll make a motion to accept the report, please. And thank you, Captain Collins.
Mayor, Betsy,
Oh.
just really quickly, one of the things that the captain mentioned is this partnership. One of the additional items that we're going to bring forward over the summer is an update on downtown investments. Because as he mentioned, public safety is a feel, but it actually also needs to really be safe. And part of that is the physical infrastructure, the built environment, and what we're doing to improve that. So one of the things that we're going to be bringing as a part of this discussion is the level of investment that's been made in infrastructure and improving safety and enhancing pedestrian, bike safety, and a variety of other things, vehicular safety in the downtown area at one of your summer meetings to share that with you. And that should be a nice bookend to the presentation we heard about the public safety service delivery. So I just wanted to share that with you because I think it all works together.
And hopefully you're going to go all the way to Boulder Highway, to the Four Corners. Just put that bee in your bonnet.
We can cover the whole area if you'd like.
Okay. Does Jorge have the money? Okay, I think I sort of made a motion, but I will restate it. I'd like to accept the report so wonderfully presented by Captain Collins. And please vote. And please post. And it does carry. Thank you again. And now we'll move on to item number 47. Report for possible action regarding the status of negotiations and concessions between the City of Las Vegas and the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF Local 1285, and all current labor organizations. This is all wards, and there is our friend, Mr. Tarwater.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director. What I'd like to do this morning is briefly go through an update where we're at with our fire negotiations. And a year ago, we made a very similar presentation. See if I can get my slides to work here.
Hooray for technology.
Congratulations on your anniversary.
Thank you very much. This will be fixed in about 2 seconds. Are we on? Mike.
Okay. All right, thank you. Again, we're going to do a very brief update on the fire negotiations. We did this same presentation a year ago, and what we did is we looked back with our other labor unions on the most current concessions. So that's number one, looking back, and then the second part of this will be briefing you on where we're exactly at with the fire negotiations. In 2011, back, the fire department, if you look at this slide, shows all of the concessions that we negotiated through the wage program, COLA, which was zero. Medical was reduced down from $450 per pay period per person down to $360, about a $1.4 million. Uniforms were flat. It was about $1 million savings. We had a PERS split on the regular members, the members in the fire department, such as in communication, where they split their PERS, which was a savings. The step reduction from year to year was cut in half, which is almost a $500,000 savings. And then the year before, we had a documentation pay concession that was about $1 million, and this was the second half of that where it ran out completely. And then the 3 to 8 day penalty for overtime, meaning you had to wait 8 days after you came back before you were eligible for overtime. That was quite a big savings. And then our rovers from 8% to 9%. We thought that was about a $250,000 savings. So all in all, that concession a year ago was about $4 million, and it assisted the city in our financial goals. There were concessions prior to that year and 2 years ago also. So this is just from 2011.
Mr. Tarwater,
Yes.
Mr. Councilman Beers has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Tarwater, I'm the new guy. Could you explain the rovers from 8% to 9%?
The Rovers is and I have the chief here too, who would also like to come down. The Rover program is actually a staffing program. We have in the contract a number of staff that are manning equipment and that work regular shift, regular hours. Once we hit a staffing pattern now it would be over the 9%, people would be called in and we would be required to be paying overtime for that. So it's a staffing pattern issue. And as we get further into the presentation, we'll show you what the city is recommending in the current negotiations.
So do I understand that this line item relates to the city's ability to cover equipment, basically to cover people who call in sick without paying overtime? Is that kind of?
Here's the chief.
Mike Myers, Fire Chief, City of Las Vegas, if I may, Mayor. So there's about 163 seats established every day in the fire department. That includes all of suppression and some homeland security lines of business. There are people off every day for various different reasons. We have vacation, birthday leave, sick leave. There's people on the job injury, different reasons. If we had no rovers is an extra body on top of those 163 seats. If we had a 0%, then when someone is not there that day, we call somebody in for overtime to fill that spot. The 8% or 9% allows us to have 9% of the staff over in every rank. So when an individual isn't there that day, I don't have to call back in overtime. I can directly fill with that employee based on their because they're there, and it's a salary and benefit pay. What we're asking, and I don't know if we need to go into it now, but what you'll hear later is the reduction in that 8%, getting rid of that 8% cap, allowing us to hire at whatever level we need based on our reliance upon finance to tell us it's better to have 8, 9, 10 people per shift available to fill slots. That's a financial benefit rather than pay overtime straight all the time. That's what I'd like to be able to balance, and that's what the effort was, whether we moved from 6% to 8% and then to 9%. And you'll hear later, we'd like to get rid of all of the percentages and just allow us to do a financial evaluation on whether we should hire or fill with overtime. There's a balance there somewhere that is more fiscally responsible, and that's kind of what that line item is getting at.
Thank you. Please continue.
The next slide is last year's concession. with our Police Protection Association, the marshals, both in the court and over at the jail. And as you can see, they remain flat with their wage piece, the COLA. The step increase was waived, and their longevity was frozen in place, so that was a savings to the city. They continued a 4% rollback in their wages, which was a concession the year before that. And then they also absorbed the 50% split in the contributions in PERS when the PERS contribution was raised. It was a 2-year agreement, and as you go down below on the concession side in the red, I think that's particularly important. This group also reduced their salary schedules for new employees down by 14%. That would be a future savings that we weren't able to capture dollar-wise on here. That's significant. The next group here is the Las Vegas Police Officers Association. That's our detention folks in the jail. Again, the wage piece was pretty flat, no COLA, longevity was frozen, no steps. They reduced the uniforms to 0, and they also took a 1.5% rollback in the wage. That's what represents that total number. Middle category is very impressive in my view, which is the new employee considerations. In the red, that basically represents the number 4 and number 7, a 28% reduction in new employee starting wage, and that's significant as we hire people going forward. Also in there, reducing their wage scale step from 7 steps down, reducing their the percentages of their increases between steps down to 3.5%, eliminating longevity for new hires, and on and on. So the POA concessions we thought were significant, and they did a very good job with that. The next slide is the Las Vegas City Employees Association, and it's pretty much the same story there on 1 through 4. All of those wage categories were basically flat with a nice savings, about $4 million, $5 million. And then the concessions below are really more new employee and innovative. We closed for a week without pay. We changed or reduced our work schedule. Those hours, that was an equivalent to a 5% reduction in pay to all the CEA employees. And then we eliminated the sick bonus program, which was quite a savings also. We also eliminated the longevity for new employees. And then number 9, which is in red, which is significant, there was a classification and compensation study that had been authorized by the city over the last 3 years. And as it finished, we initiated a process where we took many, many job classes and reduced them down by 12.5%. So when new employees come, that would have been an initial savings for the city over long periods of time. So the CEA, too, I thought, did a very nice job with their concessions.
Councilman Barlow? Councilman.
The other Bs, too many Bs up here. This is good stuff. Can we get a copy of this sent to our office?
Yes.
This is a little more detailed than I've seen, and it would also be interesting to see this expressed as a per active EE number.
Okay.
If 5,000 people are, sharing $10 million of savings, that's different than 200 people sharing $10 million of savings.
That's correct.
So I'd kind of like to see that on a per EE basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we also, a year ago, did some comparisons with Metro. We compare ourselves somewhat to the Metropolitan Police Department. This is not a complete comparison. What it captured last year and this year was simply what the Metro concession categories were. On the left side for 2010, you can see the 0 COLA, 4% step increase, 15% max on the longevity. These were concession items. And then on the right side, how it compares to the fire department in 2010 in similar categories. So they were just for comparative purposes, and it is not a complete comparison between wage and benefit programs. It was all due to concessions. And then 2011 was pretty much the same on all the way down in those categories.
Thank you again. Could you just, because I am kind of new, explain what longevity is?
Yes.
There's some acronyms there. Years of service, I guess, is YOS.
The longevity program, and I'll explain one that's here at our city. Longevity program that would, after a 6-year period, after you're here employed for 6 years, you would receive a 3% increase over your base pay, and that would continue on. For every year thereafter, a 0.5% percentage until you reach 15%, and that would continue on until you left the city. That's a wage overlay. What's on this slide on the right side for the fire department, where it says 10% max annual longevity at 20 years of service, hired after July 1st of 80 to December 31st of 02, simply meant that could have been a reduction. Could have been a 15% max, and this concession made it a 10% max. So that's what that language means.
So if I understand that, when you hit your 20th year, you'll get a bonus equal to 10% of your pay?
If you were there 20 years, you would have gone up to that 10% maximum annual percentage, and you would be receiving that going forward until you left the city.
And then every year you get that bonus?
Every year, it just continues on.
Okay. And so the post-1103 group still has the same maximum annual longevity bonus, but it takes longer to get there?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Also last year, the slide that you see before you is actually quoted from Nevada Chapter 288 NRS Rules and Regs for fact-finding all the way through arbitration. And this is the process that we would use if we were going through an arbitration process. When you drop to the middle of this, mediation simply means that if both parties agree, a third party will sit with you and hope they can get you to a middle ground and make a decision, but it's not mandatory. Get into the middle group, the fact-finding, it's a little bit more intense. Actually, you present evidence in writing to a fact finder. There are hearings, and they help describe what the issues are, make it more clear. And then obviously the last piece, which is arbitration. At the end of that, binding arbitration is simply an arbitrator picking one plan over another. The city would submit its best last offer, and a union would submit theirs, and that's how that would work. So this is process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the arbitrator can't find a middle ground solution?
No.
They're required by state law?
This is out of Chapter 288 NRS.
To pick either one side or the other?
Yes.
Is that true for arbitration outside the NRS 288 arena in a commercial dispute?
Morgan Davis is here, our attorney. I'd let him answer that.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Morgan Davis, City Attorney's Office. 288 sets forth the requirements to negotiate with public sector employees. There's a little distinction between the public safety and non-public safety, for example, school district employees, nurses, things like that. Specifically to the public safety, if you go to the arbitration process, it's final best offer. 288 wouldn't apply in the private sector, but any other public employees that are non-public safety, they're not under that same system. They wouldn't have the final best offer, if that makes sense. They could split the baby somewhere in the middle.
So it sounds like you're saying that this aspect of arbitration as defined here, that the judge, in effect, must pick one side or the other and can't find a middle position, is kind of unique to this arena?
It's unique to the public safety, and I'm not entirely clear, it may be some of the school teachers as well, but clearly in our employees, for example, fire and police would be subject to the final last best offer, whereas our rank and file employees wouldn't be. You could have a split the baby kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
A question that I've always had, I know how the mediator is picked, but how is the arbiter or arbitrator, whichever is the proper word, how is that person or selected?
In both senses, actually, it can happen a number of ways. The parties can always mutually agree to pick somebody that they're comfortable with. You can request, if you don't come up with a mutual selection, either as a mediator or an arbitrator, there's agreed upon entities that have lists of arbitrators or mediators by contract or by statute. They'll send you the list, and then you alternatively strike them. Till you come
And
up
that
with one.
has to be, that person has to be agreed upon.
Well, it'll be on a list of a certain number of people. If you can't mutually agree, you get a list that'll have a number of people on it, and then you alternately take the person that I don't want, you strike down until you get one of that list that's left.
Thank you.
So we leave the past as an update and we go to the future today. So what you see before you are the current offers or the proposals, what I consider the majority of the proposals from our fire union to the city. Number one here on wages, they have presented to us using the Consumer Price Index over the next 2 years. Well, in July of 12, it ended up being 2.7%. That's what we would be paying out as a percentage if we were to agree upon that. Second year won't be determined until April of 2013, but it's likely to be somewhere in the middle twos as a CPI number. Step resets effective this July, meaning we cut their step progressions in half, and now they're back into full force. That's what the article here is. On holidays, they've requested that we increase the hours of each holiday by 1.75 hours for each employee. And I'll show you the cost here in just a few minutes. Shift bonus, we had this about 2 or 3 years ago where if you were not using your sick time, you were able to get 4 shifts paid to you at the end of the year. They've reinstated and asked for that to come back. On our medical insurance, we went from a $450 per person each pay period down to $360. It's to reset this year to go back to $450, and we have a proposal from the fire union to have it increased up to $475. So that's one of the proposals from fire. And then on the educational bonus, they have proposed, which the city had a few years ago and then abolished, and now this is basically resurfacing, is to pay annually for anybody in the fire department that has an associate degree, $600, bachelor's degree, $1,200, and a master's degree, $1,467.
That is completed degrees, not in process.
Correct. Completed degrees. We also have tuition assistance already in the program, just as a note. And then on sick leave, they've asked for the maximum limits for their folks to be increased, and in particular the battalion chiefs, where there would be unlimited maximum accruals. And as those people leave, we would be paying whatever those those accruals would be on the books that day. Then on work day, under Fair Labor Standards Act, since the fire department's on a unique cycle versus a regular work week like regular employees, they're allowed to pick a work cycle. They've requested that they go from a 27-day cycle or to a 27-day cycle from a 28-day. And right now, the city hasn't penciled out what those dollars may be that would affect that request. Because when you pick the cycle, then overtime is applied to that cycle. And then there's a successorship,
Question from Councilman Pierce.
I don't understand that one. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you re-explain that?
You know, I'm going to have Morgan come up again, too. This is a legal issue.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. Again, Morgan Davis, Chief Deputy City Attorney's Office. As a general rule of thumb, we're all familiar with normal overtime thresholds. A person would earn or be eligible for overtime when they worked more than 40 hours in a work week. And that's traditionally defined as 7 days. For public safety, the hours and the periods are different. For police, for example, I think it's 171 in a certain period of time. But for fire, overtime, the threshold, instead of saying when you exceed 40 hours in a work week, you're eligible for overtime. For fire, it is based on a work period that's anywhere from 7 to 28 days, and then the amount of work within that period is on about a 53 or 56 hour per week schedule. So if you had a work period that was 7 days, overtime would work if you hit more than 53 hours. At 28 days would be the same relationship. I think that's 212 hours. But the work period is something that we have gone back and forth in. We think the 28-day cycle works best. It matches up with 2 exact pay periods, and we think there's an implication to overtime if we switch the cycle.
And then the last article that I have listed here was a proposal about successorship clause, and it too is a legal item. In 288, it talks about what successorship is, and right now we realize that if successorship in the private industry would be I'm doing away with my company and I'm paying off all my assets. Here, it could be a relationship of outsourcing or having merging departments from one city to the other, that type of thing. But we would take that as it was sent to us, and it's not in our contract as a negotiated item. So the items I just went over with you on the right-hand side for both years on expense, you can see what those estimates are that we have from our finance department on wages, about $2.2 million for the first year and $2.3 the second. Holidays, $605,000 for both years. Sick leave, close to $1 million each year. Medical, $2.1 million, and then second year, $2.5. Then educational leave, approximately $100,000 for each year. So the totals for the first year, approximately $6 million estimate, and then for the second year, about $6.4 million estimate for those major wage and benefit items. Moving to the city submitted about 22 articles, many of them language cleanup articles, but here were what we consider the core items for wage and benefits. We want to remain neutral. Our whole philosophy going into the negotiations was not to increase the labor costs, try to remain where we're at today, but not take anything away. However, we felt like if there's room to do something, we would like to see a new benefit that would be proposed to us that would have a savings attached to it where we might then be able to use those dollars to do something else. We left a little room there. And then we introduced a new employee concept to the fire union this year relating to cost of living increase. We decided that we would like to introduce gain sharing to them, which is really profit sharing on the private sector. So the concept would be, instead of talking about cost of living increases going forward, we'd like to talk about a gain sharing, which is really revenues that exceed expenses by a certain percentage, let's say 5%. And if we did that, which is a performance measure, then we could share, all employees at the city might be able to share that pool that we established, but it was based on performance, not based on looking out in the future and just agreeing on percentage of increases and not knowing whether or not we had funds to pay for those or not. So we got into a couple of sessions with gain sharing to try to replace this cost of living idea going forward. It's a new employee concept.
Were there statements as to how you measure?
Yes. Well, we can break that down a little bit more for you, but we went through what the target would be and then what items would be built into that gain sharing revenue piece so everybody could see what the components were, and it wasn't something that at the end of a year the city just said, well, we have too many expenses over here, we're not going to fund that any longer. So we'll be able to explain this a little better here in the next few weeks. We also ask our finance department to go back 10 years and apply a gain sharing formula to what past history did to see what those pools would look like. And so we'll have that available too.
Councilman Beers.
I've never heard of that in government. I've never heard of that. Did we invent this? Has it been?
I have some articles that I will share with you. I mean, many times gain sharing is more of a smaller component, such as a unit, a work unit where they exceed something and they get kind of a bonus award. But I have some articles for the public sector that talk about gain sharing as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to read those.
Sure. The number 2 on overtime, the city today pays overtime on non-productive and productive hours. As an example, if I had a person in my department that was hourly, that was off this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, didn't work, but I asked that person to come in on Friday and work 5 hours, at the end of that pay period, I'd pay 5 hours of overtime, even though they didn't work that week. So our goal was to renounce our past practice and simply reverse that and pay overtime based on productive hours. So the new example would be you would have to work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, those 10 hours, and then Friday, if you came in, it would obviously be overtime. So that's what this article means. On longevity, we would like to freeze it in place and certainly eliminate it for new employees. For the medical, we believe going from 360 to 400 is reasonable. We've looked at the reserve levels of the trust fund, which we think are healthy. We also looked at what we're paying each month and what the expenses are, and it's just covering it. So we felt like it would be reasonable for us to bring it up a little bit. Now, the contract says that the 360 we're paying today would be reset to 450. The fire department's asked for 475, and we've asked for 400. So that is where the difference lies. And then the last two are really new employee benefits. Besides new employees, we'd like to reduce the maximum accruals 50% at the current rates. We did that for our executive, appointive, and legal staff this year, where we paid off all of our liabilities. We set a new maximum level that was 50% of what it used to be, and then we don't pay on sick leave as people leave as a new employee benefit. We certainly do on annual leave, but the goal was to reduce those and make them smaller numbers, and then for the people that felt like they were working too many hours and would get stuck and lose time, on the annual leave, we increased our buying back those hours to twice a year so they don't have that problem.
Councilman Beers has a question.
Yes.
We'll only have a new Councilman Beers once. Would you elaborate a little bit more about how the number 5 on this slide, the sick leave reduction of maximum accruals, saves taxpayers money?
Just a simple example. If the maximum accrual today was 1,000 hours, and a person earned that 1,000 hours and they left employment, we'd pay that 1,000 hours to them according to whatever their base pay was. Our goal was to reduce that down to 500 hours as a first step strategy to move it even further down, because many, as we know in the private sector, have a use it or lose it program. Sick time is to be used while you're here, and as you accrue it, you can use it as you need it, but when you leave, typically it simply isn't paid. And so our goal, first step, is to look at our maximum accruals. Probably a second step would be to look at how much we accrue, whether those rates are correct or not. And then my personal opinion is what our city did for our executive, appointive, and legal group this year is this. We established a program for short-term disability. Day one, when you come through the door, if you were to be ill, we introduced this insurance product, and it kicks in and pays you. Not at 100%, but it pays you through 90 days. After 90 days, your long-term disability kicks in and covers you. So it's safe. It's a place where you can come and know that if you are ill, you will get paid. We would still have a sick program that accrues, but it's basically being used to supplement the amount of percentage that you're not getting paid. So, for instance, if I went on short-term disability today for 3 weeks and got paid 60% of my salary, I could take my sick leave hours that in my bank and supplement that to 100%. So I'm covered under 2 insurance policies. I have a sick program that can supplement, and then after that, if I leave, I'm not paid anything. So we were looking at kind of a conversion program with that.
I must be angling up on accounting questions because I see Mark kind of sidling up to the microphone there.
No, I'm just going to take the opportunity. It was your first day, so you get a pass. But
Yes.
your first day you were here, we talked about, I think we talked about fringe benefits that day. And this was one of the issues we talked about. In our appoint of an executive group, that change that he described for the appoint of an executive is saving us at least $700,000 a year in annual payouts of particularly sick leave when people separate, because we've gotten rid of that. And that's really what Dan's talking about. So right now I think the cap on fire is 2,300 hours? 2,300 hours. I guess they would like it to go to unlimited.
They've increased that, but for battalion chiefs it would be unlimited.
And we're proposing to cut it in half, which would be $1,150. But it saves money at the point of separation. That's where it saves money.
Okay, thank you.
On the next slide, besides the articles that we have traded back and forth with the fire union, we have standard operating procedures that we also have shared with them, and they've shared with us too, which we didn't get into great detail, but this number 2, A, B, and C, these what we call SOPs, standard operating procedures, really have to do with staffing and manpower and callbacks, pretty much what the fire chief was talking about when he was up here a few minutes ago. Our goal would be to take that restrictive language out of there and let our fire administration be able to man the staffing levels without having to have handcuffs on, and be able to do it to a mandatory staffing model. And that's what those are for. So the negotiations for the articles that we have before you here, many of them we weren't able, that the city has proposed, many of them we weren't able to cost out because they are future savings. But let's just go through very quickly. Obviously, the cost of living increase at a zero would affect a zero. On wages, that non-productive overtime, we know that it would save money. We just haven't calculated what that savings would be in the future. On the annual and sick leave down, we haven't calculated those, but we do know those will save dollars. On longevity for new hires, we know it will save dollars. I think the county came out with their information about a month or so ago where they eliminated it and calculated out over a 30-year period and said it would save $60 million. We probably won't go that far, but we could probably put a number to it. And then on the medical insurance, if the $360 to $400 per pay period for 600 employees, we have it down at a $624,000 savings. That's actually a cost, but if we reinstate this program back to $450 and we are able to get it down to the $400, it would be a savings, still a savings. Tuition assistance we have in place, which we would not like to do the bonus program that the fire union has proposed. We proposed that we use a voucher system for the uniforms. We withdrew it because it wasn't practical from our fire management. They just didn't feel like it worked very well. And then for the chief determining the staffing, we went through those SOPs, just the previous slide. And then the next to the last one on physicals. We were hoping to do physicals while at work, and again, that didn't appear to be a practical recommendation, so we withdrew it also. And then for the duration, the city's been open to do a 1 or 2 year contract. And you see the red language on that article, which says NRS language. Last legislative session, there was information that said if you do more than a 1 year contract, you can take into consideration the cost effect it would have over the whole, which was simply a change. And lastly here, we also did a quick comparison with Clark County Fire and our fire department. Again, those are on concessions that the Clark County just went through a year ago, which they had an arbitration. And then this year they finished their negotiations and came out with their concession information. And on the left side shows our fire department as you kind of go down and look side by side what those are. I will provide hard copies on this presentation to you in just a few minutes, actually.
We got them.
Okay, good. Finally, I'd like to say there's a whole group that's been missing in the presentation, and that's our executive, appointive, and legal. Over the last 3 and 4 years, this group has not received increases in cost of living, STEP, and all of those things. They too have participated in what I would consider concessions all along at the same time. So all of the work groups have really come together and tried real hard to assist and help the city. So where are we at today? We've had 9 negotiation sessions. At our last meeting, we only had 2 items, and we declared impasse with the fire union. The slide that Morgan talked about, where mediation, fact-finding, and arbitration, according to 288, we're talking about now what we'd like to do. We're in the process of doing that, but it's still our hope to be able to come together, agree on a contract, and avoid arbitration if at all possible, which we can do. And a year ago, we did just that. We had a 2-day mediation, and a few weeks later, we came out and agreed on this current contract that we have before us and went forward. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I think we're okay. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a general question, and I think it relates to North Las Vegas. And the reason I say that is because, well, first let me ask you this. In the North Las Vegas situation, there are firefighters that are also at risk, aren't they, of layoffs, correct? We've heard a lot about police force, but what about their firefighters?
I would think all the employee groups are at risk at layoffs.
Okay. They're all at risk. Nobody signed a recent contract. It's virtually all hands in the same lifeboat. And the reason I think it affects the city of Las Vegas is because, not for the usual stuff about, well, are we going to do more work because they can't have enough people, but this thing, because they declared a financial emergency, which is not contemplated in the statutes, the judge, I'm not sure if the suit's been filed or if the judge has been assigned, but it'll go all the way to the Supreme Court like rocket speed, I think. And I think it's going to affect 288 considerably. And the judges will either rule, well, there's several switches, nothing, send it back and say you got to lay off people if that's the only thing you can do, or they can say, yeah, you can have a financial emergency, and it was never contemplated by the legislature. And here's where we get into a problem. I sure hate to see judge law rule in this kind of thing, but the judges could write law that then, by their decision, which then affects us. And a long time ago, I think the legislature should have addressed the issue of financial emergency, but then that's hindsight. They didn't. We didn't. I was part of that, as was Councilman Beers. So what do you think the odds are on this? Because, I mean, legal staff well, the city attorney's around here somewhere, but Morgan's here too. So he's a student of this stuff. From a legal point of view, how do we stand on this? Is it true, am I thinking right, that 288 could be changed by the judges? Or, and what I think could happen, is that if they say, hey, you can't do this, in other words, you got to lay off all these people, which is horrible, then the governor will have to call a special session and say, change 288 to save North Las Vegas. Because the judges might also say this is a legislative matter, and governor, you better call them together. You can't order them to, but the 63 might have to be forced into session to write an amendment to 288. This would all affect us.
I would be happy with Brad's concurrence to give you some briefings on the legal issue. I'm always leery to weigh in an opinion on somebody else's lawsuit, even though it may have ramifications. We could maybe talk about
Not on the merits of their lawsuit, Morgan, but isn't it true that it could go that's the way as a scenario that I've point?
The scenario that we're hearing is that the unions, the associations will be filing some kind of action challenging North Las Vegas's declaration. There's 5 or 6 conceivable methods to do that. They may wait till the freezes take place in a month. They could be running to court this week. Depending on where they file and what they request will naturally be what the judge assigned has authority to rule on. They could just be asking that the action be negated. The city of North Las Vegas would obviously be asking that the action be affirmed in compliance with the law. The judge could say, no, that action's not legal. Yes, it is. Independent of that, I'm sure there's going to be people that are asking the legislature this time around to look at it. You're right, there's going to be a great deal of limbo, and that does concern us, and we're watching it. I don't suspect that we're going to have a final answer from the Supreme Court in rocket speed.
Thank you.
You say you do not, or you do?
I don't think you're going to have an answer in rocket speed, but depending on when they file and how that works, I don't know. It may be a clock racing thing to see who gets first, the legislature or the courts.
Ms. Fretwell?
I just would like to say that obviously we'll be monitoring that situation, but we're not in that boat. We don't have a declared fiscal emergency, so we will wait and watch. And, I mean, Brad's probably going to say the same thing, but I don't think we can speculate because we don't know. It's a unique situation. Nobody's ever tried that here. And my recommendation would be just keep eyes on it and see what those impacts are. As far as our current status with we're following 288. That is the rule of law right now. That's what we're following. We plan to continue to follow it unless some court or some legislation tells us differently.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I totally agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman, okay?
I want to thank Dean Fletcher and his group working with us, and hopefully we can continue this and work through it.
My hopes are the same as are all of ours up here. There is, would you care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
this?
to accept the report.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to accept the report as submitted. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries. And now we will move on to item number 48, which has been stricken, and so on to number 49, discussion for possible action regarding a change of ownership for a tavern license from Jillian's Management Company, Inc. to Diet Center, LLC, DBA Heart Attack Grill, 450 Fremont Street, seats 130. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Is the applicant present or representation? And Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. A report of an area of concern was issued by the Metropolitan Police Department on Diet Center, LLC, and that is before you for suitability today. I do have a recommendation and some conditions, but I'll let Metro make their statement first.
Please proceed.
Sergeant Carmen Donegan with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Special Investigations Section. I would just like to very briefly state for the record that the LVMPD has an area of concern with regard to the Heart Attack Grill. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department was unable to conduct a thorough suitability investigation of the Heart Attack Grill and its ownership. We were unable to conduct a proper financial investigation per Las Vegas Municipal Code. An additional 2 investors whose combined investment is 58% have not been investigated, resulting in only 1/3 of the funds invested to start the business being verified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have
a question from Councilwoman.
Could I ask a question? When you say you were not able to do what you usually do, why was that?
The investors were not made to come forward.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the city has a standard waiver policy. We've had it in place for quite some time. It is a written policy. It was reviewed by Metro. We did follow that policy, and 75% of the shares of the holders in this were brought forward. Several of them did sign statements that they were not in the management operations, and we verified that through their management agreement, and it was the determination of the director to allow waivers of some of those as a course of action of many of the items that you see before you on a regular basis. At this point in time, if the council finds this application suitable, we would recommend 4 conditions, the first of which is a review of the license before the City Council in 1 year, or at the recommendation of the director due to violations of conditions or violations of the criminal or business license codes. 1 additional key employee who serves in a management capacity at the Heart Attack Grill it comes forward as a key employee and is found suitable by the director, and that application must be submitted within 90 days of this licensing. The Diet Center LLC would perform 1, a semi-annual review with business licensing, and 2, management oversight reviews of compliance quarterly with the on-site key employees of the Heart Attack Grill, and 4, that they would report all arrests within 48 hours, and that any calls to Metro from management for service also be reported within 48 hours.
Was this agreed upon with the ownership, the remainder ownership?
I will ask their representatives.
Roberts. Am I on? Okay. Hi, Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, representing Heart Attack Grill. I'm here with John Basso, the managing member, and we have discussed these conditions with staff and do agree to them, understanding that the last condition applies to activities within the premises and not on Fremont Street. And so we do agree to those conditions and ask that you follow staff recommendation for approval.
Any comments, questions, please?
I do have a copy of the business licensing policy, and I do not believe that these investors not coming forward falls within the scope of that policy.
So they do not have to agree to this?
They do need to come forward per policy. For our understanding with Metro, they do need to come forward, and they did not. They were waived.
Who waived them?
I did.
Oh.
The director, under the authority of the director, based on the city code, we performed that waiver. They did supply to us the required letters that they were not involved in the management of the business, and those are in your confidential binders for each one of those.
And those conditions, though, therefore, they are making sure that that's part of the actual day-to-day operations. They say nothing about them.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Any questions, comment from council? Yes, Mr. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a minority interest in a restaurant that's probably about a mile away from this place on the other side of Interstate 15. Our council has recommended that I disclose this, but that it's not a significant conflict of interest in that I can vote. In fact, I have an obligation to vote since these citizens out here in Ward 2 elected me to this body. So I will be voting. But I did want to declare my conflict of interest.
Mayor, I also want to say, in all the years I've been here, I have not seen where we have let something pass through like this, where we didn't have the individuals all check and be looked into and have all that information. And I don't think that this is an appropriate way to move on this. So I just want to voice my reasoning on that, if it makes sense. What?
I didn't hear what you said.
Can you repeat that, Councilwoman,
I said,
please?
in all the years I've been on the council, I cannot recall a single time that we had somebody come up here and we granted them this dispensation because of 75% or whatever percent they did of ownership or management, of management participation. And I feel uncomfortable voting for this now without having the full qualifications met for these individuals that were there for all other individuals that came before us. I'm just stating that now. I don't know if anyone agrees with me or not, but I just wanted to indicate that. I feel uncomfortable with it.
Mayor?
Councilman Barlow?
Thank you. And thank you, Karen, for vetting this, and also Jennifer meeting with me on 2 occasions as it relates to your applicant and the application itself. The question I have for business license and Metro, It sounds to me, and you all can help me clarify this, that you all are of opposite opinions of the waiver. And so I want some clarity in the sense, if you can, I'm sorry, your name again, ma'am?
Sergeant Carmen Donegan.
Sergeant Carmen Darnigan?
Yes.
Okay. Am I accurate in my interpretation of what you stated? You disagree with business license as far as business license ability to waive the suitability of applicants coming before the council on a waiver?
They may, but there were certain conditions put forth in the business licensing policy that Metro agreed to for them to be waived. On this particular business, neither of these investors that were waived fall under any of these conditions, and I have a copy of that policy if you would like to see it.
Okay, yes, I would like to see that. Karen, how do you respond to that? Because I wasn't aware of this concern or the waiver. So explain from your side so that the mayor and council, and to include myself, have a level of understanding as far as if in fact we are violating our own policy.
I can certainly meet with Metro and go through that policy with them. Under the city code that was passed last year, and I don't remember the exact date, the director may waive for suitability members at their discretion. We wrote a policy. We shared it with Metro. We believe that we have interpreted and applied that policy correctly.
Okay. Mayor, if you don't mind, and council members, I see that Brad is back now. I would like to hold this item just for a moment, just so that I could speak with Jennifer, the officer, and Karen in the back, if you don't mind, with Brad, and then we'll bring this item back forward. So how would you like for me to do that, Mayor?
If I could make a suggestion, could we just trail this till after lunch? And
Right.
that way it'll give you plenty of time during the break in between the afternoon and morning sessions.
And that would be
to
my recommendation,
discuss.
that we trail this item, because I want to make sure that the decision that I make today is not in violation of city policy. I want to make sure that the council is fully aware and clear as far as the direction that we should be moving in, and so I don't want us to get in trouble over technicality. And so that would be my motion, that we trail this item, Mayor, if you don't mind.
That's all right. Do we need to vote on that trailing?
No, you don't. If you just go on to the
Okay.
next item,
So
and
we
you
will
both pick
go
it up right
ahead
after
and
the
trail
break.
that item, if it's all right with you, and can come briefly to the chambers and back. I would also like to ask, what was the timeline on having an additional management operation in place?
They were to submit an application for another key manager, a key employee who is in a management position. The application needs to be submitted to us within 90 days. Metro
90
then has to
days.
do that suitability investigation, and that time frame is theirs.
Okay. Thank you. So we will go ahead and hold this till after our lunch.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we'll move on then to item number 50. Discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Joshua Michael Hayduke, DB at Nataya's Secret Kitchen, 2110 North Rampart Boulevard, Suite 110, Ward 4, and this is in Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony's ward. And is the appellant present? I would gather that is you. Ms. Nettleston, please.
Thank you. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. We do, in this instance, recommend a site-specific work card for server duties only, with a one-year annual administrative review during the time, and that this only be for Natalia's Secret Kitchen, and that any change of employment, a new application would be filed.
Thank you. Any comments? What do you serve at this Secret Kitchen?
It's a secret.
That's a secret. Are you the applicant for this, or are you the owner of the restaurant?
I am the applicant, Mayor.
Okay. Do you know what you serve?
Yes, it's actually predominantly a Thai restaurant, and we specialize in wine.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Specialize in wine. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments here? Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to be clear, you are the individual who is requesting the work card, or you're the owner of the restaurant?
She is also the head chef, so she was unable to make it today. She did submit a letter with her approval saying that she was aware of the situation and requesting that it was granted today. I am the actual individual, Joshua Hayduke, that's requesting the card.
And Karen, there is something from the business saying they're okay with this?
Yes, we do have a letter, and we've offered to meet with her as well.
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions that Karen made.
And you agree with the conditions?
Absolutely, yes, Mayor.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Item number 51 has been stricken. Item number 52, discussion for possible action regarding extension of a temporary massage establishment license, Kiryat Krabwan Rat, pardon me for the pronunciation, DBA Dreams Thai Massage and Spa, 430 East Sahara. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Is the applicant present? Good afternoon. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you. A temporary 90-day administrative license was issued on March 26th for this establishment. We've had several inspection reports come forward, and we have conditioned this license upon the applicant complying with Title 6.52, which is the new massage code passed by the City Council, and restrict the hours of operation to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And we also have recommended condition at this time to report all arrests within 48 hours. The applicant has submitted a letter appealing the hours of operation and requesting to operate until 3 a.m., and that is included in your binders.
Any questions, comment? What is the recommendation?
Our recommendation is to extend the temporary license with the compliance to all requirements of Title 6.52, including the hours of operation of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., and to report all arrests within 48 hours.
Could you repeat that, please?
Right.
I'm sorry. Our recommendation is to extend the temporary license for a massage establishment under the following conditions. One, that the establishment comply with all requirements of Title 6.52, including the hours of operation, which are restricted to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., and two, to report all arrests within 48 hours to business licensing.
Do the people who are the applicants here, were they involved in any other massage parlor on Sahara?
This applicant, according to the Metro report, Metro did issue a report that they had no areas of concern on this applicant. This site has had issues in the past with licensing, and I know Metro is here and they can detail the history of this location as a massage establishment.
Thank you.
But is this their sole is this the only property they own, or do they own additional massage parlors?
This applicant, I believe this is the only one that she owns. The owner of the building who is leasing it is Ms. Jen Lee Ran and her corporation, and that organization has had several massage parlors in the past in the city.
And it still does, or no longer does?
Your Honor, I think the person translating needs, are you translating, sir?
Well, she said the owner.
Could you, excuse me, if you turn on, first of all, and then please, if you would announce your name.
My name is Brian Johnson.
And what's your relationship with the applicant?
I applied for the Keep Management. Jen Lee actually does not own it anymore. She actually got foreclosed, and Dale, the guy that owns Star Loan next door, actually bought the building as a whole. She actually got foreclosed, I'm guessing it was about 3 months ago. And he actually took over last month as the owner.
Well, who's this in front
That
of us?
change in the lease has not been reported to business licensing. The lease that we have is signed by Jen Lee Ran.
Okay, so
she actually took off and took our deposit and the next door neighbor's deposit, and we haven't heard anything from her. and that's why he took over from the bank.
Okay. Councilman, excuse me one sec.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. That little sidebar was just a question of whether to proceed now or later, and I'd like to proceed now further, but I do have a couple of questions. Sir, what is your name again?
My name is Brian Johnson.
Brian, and the lady next to you is?
This is my mother-in-law.
Hi, mother-in-law. Are you an investor in this place?
Me?
Is she?
She's the owner.
Okay. Does she speak English?
Yes.
Okay, because it's important. If you're translating for her or assisting, there needs to be pauses sometimes in the conversation so that you can relate, because this is a serious matter.
Of course.
All right. Karen, you've indicated conditions, and you're not suggesting that we don't approve with conditions, because we're not trying to take anybody's license away. There is the main question of the early morning hours in a business which abuts against neighborhoods in an area where there's a lot of crime and in an occupation where there is a temptation to have crime. So am I right so far?
Correct. We are only requesting that they comply with the current code for massage establishments.
Okay. Well, Metro's standing here, Carmen, for a reason. I want you to explain what it is that you have to say on this particular issue.
I'm going to call forward Detective Mancelas.
Good afternoon, Detective Nikki Mancelas, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I have the current suitability investigation for this new owner. We have had numerous issues at this location in the past with the previous owner, who was Ms. Rand, to include six soliciting prostitution arrests from 2006 to 2010. She also previously owned another business, massage business in the city and 2 in the county, and we had issues at all of those businesses. So regarding this particular location, when she was the previous owner, we had numerous issues, and that also included 2 employees being issued citations for no business license for massage.
But this ownership has not had that,
Not
correct? They are clean. Everybody's licensed, and you've had no issues, or?
Not as of this date.
Thank you.
Correct.
It disappeared. Your Honor, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, is there some chain of ownership or some appearance of continuation of ownership? Yes, the lady, we can add to her resume thief if she left with your money. But on the other hand, is there still a similarity between ownership and or lessees, in any way a chain that appears to still be intact?
As of right now, the current lease agreement that I have still shows Ms. Rand as the one with the lease agreement with the new applicant. With the lease agreement that I have right now from the new owner, the lease agreement I have right now still shows Ms. Rand, R&W Holdings, as the lease holder.
So she's still around.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, the lease agreement you have is with another party that owns the building?
When we first opened, it was with Jin Lee.
Okay.
I don't know if that's how you say her name, but like I said, Dale Amos, he owns the Star Loan right next door. He actually took over ownership a month ago because she got foreclosed on. And the bank took back ownership, and the bank gave us a notice stating they can give us a 30-day notice to kick us out if a new owner comes in and wants to change it to a restaurant or whatever. So Dale next door said, I don't want to move, so he went ahead and bought it from the bank for $252,000.
And you have signed a lease with him
I'm
for
with
how many
him.
months?
It's pretty much the rest of the year. It's pretty much the same contract we had with her. He just went ahead and carried it, and he actually didn't charge me a deposit either because she took his and our deposit and left,
Nice
which is
lady.
almost $8,000.
Okay.
We actually did report our...
Somebody else wants to test. What, Your Honor?
And we did submit it to the city, and we gave them the map of everything, so we...
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, too, we did actually submit the floor plan, everything to the city, and stating that Dell has taken over. And I've been in contact with Charlene and a few other city people.
Mayor, I just want to say, I have concern because we don't know, as far as the paperwork is concerned, Rand is still involved. Is that right?
Has nothing to do with the store at all.
But let me
stores.
tell you, I believe I've had experience with this woman in a massage establishment in my ward.
Oh, I agree. She's a bad lady. I
No,
agree.
but what she had a good practice of doing was getting her business moved on with that and trying to make it look as if she weren't part of it. That's why I have a concern right now.
I understand that
because of the
concern.
way it's all written up.
I have nothing to do with her at all. Nobody here does. This is a family business.
We have 3 different massage
Yeah.
floors.
State your name for the record.
I'm sorry. My name is Nikki Johnson, and I am the daughter, and I've been helping with this spa ever since it's opened. We had 3 different people from the board came to visit, and within the last month and a half, we had a total of 6
City visits.
city worker visits, and the whole time they found nothing but just positive things about our spa, and nothing's been reported, and we've been compliance with the city with every time they brought us, like, we need to change the littlest things. We made the change immediately.
I actually had to lay off 3 of my therapists because they didn't have city and state licensing. And
We
I actually
actually
paid for 2 of my
paid.
other ones to get it.
Question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all right with the recommendation that Ms. Duddleston has put forth that you stay with the 6:30 to 10 operational hours?
6 a.m. to 10
Excuse me.
p.m., which is the city code.
Were you all right with that? You're not all right?
It's actually literally there is an issue with, I know, like she was stating, with the whole illegal operations and everything. I understand that completely, and that's why I make everybody pay up front, and if anything sexual is asked or done, they are immediately escorted out of the building. But the first 2 weeks that we were open, we were open 24 hours. We didn't, we're not even
Which
24
she
hours really, until
applied.
about 3. And from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning, it was $1,000. It was tripling, if not quadrupling, what the day would pull in.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem kicking people out because I don't believe in anything illegal like that. And I've told all the city workers, you can come in anytime you want, and you're never going to catch anything illegal. And this last 6 times, they haven't
within
found
a
anything.
month and a half.
And
I
all
think
my
that's
people are
proven
licensed.
good record. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
And-
Mayor Pro Tem has a comment. Let's just hold on. We'll do this orderly, if you will, please. Microphone's off.
Okay. All right. From what I've heard, the only issue here is the whether to extend the time beyond the ordinance. We put a lot of time and effort into constructing an ordinance that would deal with massage parlors to make sure they were not fronts for prostitution and human trafficking. And one of the big deals were the hours. And Metro was involved in that. Karen, you were involved in it. I was. A lot of folks were involved. And the hours of operation that we came up with that was the most conducive to allowing legitimate business to operate but not allowing massage parlors to be fronts for prostitution was from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I haven't heard any reason why we should not follow the ordinance that we have in place today, and I haven't heard any reason why we should extend that. So there's no way that I would extend the hours beyond 10 p.m. because they can still run that business that way. So I just want to put that on the record.
And we do have your letter.
What's that?
We have read the letter requesting extension of hours and why you have requested them.
I mean, if to be honest with you, if we don't get an extension, I'll be closed in a month, literally. The daytime does not pull in enough money to cover anything. It's barely paying the rent for that space and the utilities. Just because the daytime is dead, everybody's at work. I have a lot of local customers that come see me, and they work at the casinos, at the shows. I used to be a photographer for Lance Burton, so I know a lot of people in shows, and they don't even get out of the casinos till midnight. And they want to come, to get a massage or something after work, but they can't even do that. And like I said, I understand completely about the illegal operations. It's everywhere. And I've actually told some of the city workers of illegal operations, and they pretty much just, oh, well, that's not my jurisdiction. But yet, I'm sure you know somebody who does work in that jurisdiction that can look into it, but they didn't care, you know. And I just, I don't understand what, you know, I'm following everything you guys need. It's,
We understand also that, you know, the past history of that specific location is probably what is triggering a lot of visits from the city workers. But I think that we prove over and over and countless times, just from from the past month and a half alone, with the 6 visits of the city and the 3 different massages board came out. And it's proven over and over that we are not illegal. And part of the reason that we asked to stay open later is because the people that actually really need us, the workers that work around the casinos, the people that live around there, really needs our help. We are the only, one of the very few legitimate massage spa that people can afford. And we did the research, and we're trying to help the residents. I mean, we're like the second least expensive from all the other spas.
Okay. Question, is there such a thing as a traveling a masseuse that goes to people's homes, goes to businesses? Would that be a way for them to satisfy after 10 o'clock that they would go to Hotel X for show Lightman Z?
An independent massage therapist license, yes.
So therefore, there's an avenue, because this is precedent setting. We have so many massage parlors. If we were to change things for you, that only goes to show that we would have to change for everybody. But if, in fact, do you have an individual license for massage?
No, me and him, we just run. We just manage.
Well, who's doing the massages?
We have 3 therapists, and we have
3?
4 more available upon
Okay,
approval.
can they operate
Yes.
independently?
Yes.
Everybody-
The only
Maybe there's
reason
your
why
answer.
we don't do the alcohol is because it's dangerous, and we care for our employers.
Okay.
We have security after.
Okay, but at least there's an avenue. Councilman Coffin? Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. This question is actually for Karen. Once she gets a moment.
Sorry.
It's okay. Karen, how many massage establishments operate beyond 10 p.m. today?
I would have to research that individually. Those, we do have some that were given land use approval with certain hours on them. And some of those hours may be after 10 p.m. And we have some of them that were considered non-conforming uses at the time that those SUPs started.
Meaning grandfather?
Yes. And
Okay.
so we do have some out there that are continuous operations of businesses. As a new license comes forward, we are enforcing the code that the City Council adopted in Title VI and requiring them to comply with Title VI, which is the hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then the code does expressly state, unless the City Council has determined those hours otherwise, which would either be through land use approval or an appeal. And that's how these folks got here, was because they appealed those hours.
And when was the new code established?
In December of 2011.
Okay. And is this the first application that has come before the council requesting for the waiver, if you will, or the special use permit of extended hours?
This is the first waiver that we have received on a massage establishment, yes.
Okay. And if, in fact, this council moves forward with the recommendation of the applicant, what would that do or say to other applicants coming forward in the future?
I think you would probably see a lot more appeals coming forward to you on those hours.
Thank you.
Can I make one quick clarification? I'm doing her current suitability investigation, so she's still under investigation by me. And as of today, I still have not received any kind of new lease or anything that shows the difference that Ms. Brand is not on that lease anymore.
Yes, I mean, that would be part of this, that they would have a timeline in which to get you that paperwork, and so we can help. But the key, I think, what Councilman Barlow's inquiring, now what is the massage parlors or other entities that are in a similar business that are grandfathered in, based on what?
They're based on their land use approval, where they were actually given land use approval with certain hours designated that the massage establishment, the use at that location would be between this hour and that hour. And some of them extend beyond the hours that are in Title VI. And we did review that at that time and knew that we would have some non-conforming uses out there, and that as those operations sometime in the future ceased or changed hands, because every time a massage establishment changes hand, if the business is sold, that's a new application. And from a business licensing perspective, when those new applications come forward, we are requiring them to comply with the Title VI or to file an appeal. So we would move forward with the new hours with every new application that comes in.
Okay, being the devil's advocate, this is a 24-hour-a-day town. At the point that all these that have been grandfathered in are now 6 to 10 operations, we are not servicing any clientele in the middle of the night, correct?
Correct. Other than the possibility of independent, or if we if the council wanted to extend hours, they can either through the land use or through the license on an appeal.
This seems to be a bit of a conundrum. I mean, and you are just, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and right, of course, but you looking at the higher good, you are servicing people who work in a 24-hour-a-day town and maybe doing lighting or something for the shows, no matter what they're doing, that are on that shift. And because we do have in operation currently parlors that they can go to because they're grandfathered in, to make it simplistic. At the point that all of those terminate, they will all be 6:30 to 10. Okay.
Your Honor, I think that, first of all, I have to support the code as voted on, and frankly, it's one of my first actions was to support the code as written, based upon research and study that had been done by previous members of the council, including Councilman Anthony, who's been here longer. So I cannot support the contention that they can operate till 3 a.m. I have an opinion on this, though, and I'll make my motion in a minute, and it's going to be to do what I said. But I feel like there is a possibility of an unfair playing ground in this business. But on the other hand, I know that if you really want a massage, you can call them, and they can come to your home, particularly if they're licensed. There's a lot of unlicensed calls to your home, too, and I'm not necessarily saying you shouldn't have that happen. It's going to happen because we don't have enough inspectors to stop that. We also don't have enough inspectors to regulate and look at the businesses after 10 p.m. That's a problem for us administratively. We can't tell if law is being observed or not. So that's a practical reason why we don't allow up until those mid-morning, early morning hours. I think we need a zone in this town where the land use is allowing this kind of thing so that inspectors, perhaps fees are charged and inspectors are financed in order that they be in an area, all 24/7, frankly. A notorious zone or whatever you want to call it. I'm not suggesting anything nefarious, but rather a place where people can go and get the massage at 4 or 5 in the morning. And we know that it's a clean deal. But that requires a zone of some kind we don't have, I don't think. So right now then, that was just my editorial on this. My motion is to follow staff's approval, which would be to deny the request for the extended hours, certainly not to take away their business opportunities, but to start the debate on the issue of where and when. Remembering there are neighborhoods right behind this location, as there are on Paradise. We're trying to protect them. The houses are right behind these locations. We can't have those people floating around there at 2 and 3 in the morning.
So, I mean, are you pretty much implying that I'm a criminal or something? Because I don't do anything illegal.
You don't have
Protect
the
the
floor.
neighborhood.
There's no
What do you mean
time
by
for
protect the
questions.
neighborhood?
There's no time for questions. There's a motion on the floor.
If there is a motion on the floor, but I'd beg your indulgence and ask a couple of questions here.
Oh, yes, of course.
Because I know what we'd like to do is try to help you. Of
course.
But we're
That's
sort
all
of
I'm asking.
stuck here. If, in fact, they had an independent license and they went to, let's assume it's the Flamingo Hotel, one of the workers there who happens to have an office, could they, in fact, tell other people legally that I am going to be at 11 o'clock at night at the Flamingo Hotel in Office X servicing Mr. Anthony, and you can come at 12 o'clock for your massage? Is an independent masseuse allowed to do that?
An independent masseuse is allowed to do that. I think it also depends on any restrictions that are on that license and on the establishment. And I would have to check if it could come out of this establishment and at what hours they could. But I can find out that answer. But basically, an independent massage therapist.
I understand what
Yes.
you said, and I do understand what you said, but you were caught somewhere, if I may, just for a second. If, in fact, you can keep your business operating by sending out somebody to do the massages in a place that's safe, and whether you send a second person to be the security person, but you can service 5 or 6 individuals between 10:01 and 6 in the morning, you have been able to keep your funding coming in, and at some point, there might be an opportunity for appeal. But if you don't go for this, the length of time Councilman Coffin is suggesting, just by what he has put out there, this is going to take months. And meanwhile, then you really don't have the
I would like to
business.
mention, too, that I did get a phone call from his office stating that it's useless for me even coming up here today.
Nothing's useless in life.
His liaison personally said that it's pointless in me coming up here.
Okay.
You got,
Well, but
he
that
said that
depends.
he's already voted against it and he's not going to change his mind.
No. What he is upholding is what's been recommended. And in
But he stated personally he's lived in the neighborhood since 1950, and that's how he wants his neighborhood ran, and that's from the mouth of his liaison on Monday.
But that has nothing to do with your business. You have an opportunity to continue your business from 6 in the morning to 10 and find a way for independent until you can reappeal and see if there's something where you can if it's legal, which in fact Ms. Duddleston would have to find out, where you send 1 or 2 of your experts to a specific location.
But then I have to hire more people to do that.
Well, you might. But anyway, this is where we are, and I'm sorry. I mean, there is a motion on the
I
floor.
understand. I'm sorry.
And there's no more comment at this point, except Ms. Duddleston, whose microphone's on. She
I'm sorry, I was
sounds
just grabbing a section of the code so I could read independent massage therapist and try to get an answer. An independent massage therapist license authorizes the licensee to administer massage therapy to a client in a licensed massage establishment, administer massage therapy to a client at the client's temporary or permanent residence, transient lodging, or at the client's place of business, and advertises an independent massage therapy. An independent massage therapist licensee must comply with all applicable provisions of the city zoning regulations.
If I could jump in a minute, Your Honor.
Attorney.
Just to make it clear, an individual could not have this kind of license and go back to the business at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, or whatever. It would completely defeat the purpose of having hours of operation. What they could do is they could go to a home, they could go to a place and meet someone, but they either operate in the business under the hours of operation, or after the hours of operation, they operate wherever they operate. But they don't go back to the business and operate after hours. Just want to make that clear.
The question, could they in fact operate the business and at the time of the termination lock up the doors and then from 10:01 to 6 in the morning go independently and give massages?
I believe so. I believe they can take independent clients, exactly. But they couldn't do it at the business.
6.52.130 Outcall Massage says any licensed massage establishment may dispatch a licensed massage therapist to administer massage therapy to a client, but only if the therapy is to take place at the client's transient lodging, temporary or permanent residence, or at the client's place of business.
So basically, what this is saying is 6 to 10, period. But if in fact you want to continue to serve your clientele by this law or ordinance or whatever Ms. Duddleston is holding, and with concurrence by our attorney, you can send your licensed independent massage therapist out to some other location on a regular basis, but they may not use the facility, and then you open up again at 6 in the morning. Is that correct or incorrect?
I think that's correct.
Okay. Shall I move the motion, move the question? Go ahead.
I was just going to beg your indulgence to let this lady, who is so enthused to do the best she can, to ask one last question. That's what I was going to ask.
The only thing that wouldn't work about that is because the people that call the spa and ask us for services, the majority of them are wanting something else. That is the reason why we don't send out calls, and that is the reason why we are one of the only spa that is appealing this, because I have proof that immediately after 10, from the security camera and from the missed phone calls, that's when we don't get any client until the people are off work, and that is right immediately after 10. And it shows every single day, and it shows all the missed phone calls for months, because we have been compliant. And like I said, it wouldn't work for us to go out call, because a lot of these are dangerous people.
It would be a security issue.
It would be a big security issue. So, and we are the only spa that does ancient Thai massage, and that is a big relief on any kind of like harsh pain that the workers here are needing and travelers are needing. And we have like all the requests just for the Thai massages only, because it's better than pain medications, it's much needed than chiropractor, and we're the only spa that offers this. That's why we are here today, because we see that it's unfair to us. We see that we have proof that it's just immediately following 10 o'clock every single day that we're not able to run our business, just because from 6 to 8 is completely dead, because everybody's at work, or the only ones we get are really the guys who pretend that they're at work.
All right, let's call for the question. Okay, thank you. There is a motion. I'm going to call for the question. So to restate the motion is that you have put forth in following recommendation by staff, period. So there's a motion on the floor. Would you please vote? And please post. What's that? And the motion carries. Councilman?
Now that that has passed, I still want to reiterate my thought. Now, I think when we passed this, I was in my 5th month of service, so it is possible that rather than addressing what could have been an exception, even to the style of massage or reflexology, there is difference between these things. I think we should now take it upon ourselves to revisit the ordinance only from the standpoint of considering the possibility that there are exceptions. In this particular instance, Your Honor, the hours are important because of the neighborhoods immediately behind them. These people are not awake till 3 a.m., they're trying to sleep. So that is unfortunately, in this particular case, something that I do not feel we can change. But I think that this idea, the businesses are portable, so the people are portable. And if in an area where there is not a neighborhood immediately behind a business, like on Paradise, which is right around the corner, then let's think about that. I'm certainly willing to revisit the ordinance, but just we can't do it today. It's not a way to run the railroad. Thank you.
So what I think you've been offered is an opportunity to explore the future, but the decision today has to stand until that time, and every mountain is movable if you have the right equipment. So you've got a couple of avenues here, but one of the most important things I would recommend immediately that you submit as soon as you can, your lease to Metro and to Ms. Duddleston, so we have clear pathway that Ms. Rand is no longer involved, that who owns the property, if you would submit that. And then look into the interim, make an appointment. Would you be willing, Councilman Coffin, to help them work through finding a location where perhaps you can come back to the council in special instances and change the dispensation?
Your Honor, I think there's a whole bunch of occupations that we consider revisiting and think about setting up a zone whereby these things can operate better and under better supervision, but under 24/7 operation, that kind of thing. Again, I use that term notorious zone, but not to mean a question of that notorious activities or illegal activities should take place, but an area where people can feel free to come and go and get whatever they want and within legal bounds all the day, all the night.
Because we are 24-hour, and I encourage you to do it. If you really know how good you are and what you do, well, the key is that you're going to continue to investigate and try, but meanwhile, you're not closed down. You need to submit this information, and in my opinion, it sounds reasonable, and we are a 24-hour-a-day town, but we have to be very cautious because we have other businesses that we can't allow just unlimited. So my door is open, Councilman Coffins, and certainly Ms. Duddleston, and to go ahead and try to help and see what we can do, and perhaps it's the location, but if in the interim you would submit your leasing information, both, you can give it to Ms. Duddleston, she'll get it to Metro, and so we can become updated on this. Okay. So don't give up, dig in. Dig in.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Next. Thank you, Ms. Duddleston, both, and Metro. And we are now on to item number 53, which item 53 has been obeyed, 53 has been obeyed to August 1st, is that correct? So now we're on to item 54, discussion for possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas regarding implementation operation of the multi-jurisdictional business license, all wards. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have several changes. As you know, this is the interlocal agreement for the operation of the regional licensing database that is moving forward on schedule. I've been asked to read several changes into the record for this agreement. In Section 3, paragraph A, to delete on the last line, we delete at least once every 24 hours, and then that line would state that into the central data store once every 4 hours between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. each business day. This would allow us to update our data for our customers on a regular basis during business hours. Section 4, Section A on data, the last line, least twice each business day between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. would be deleted, and the paragraph would now read, download the common data for all licensees that have designated the non-primary jurisdiction from the data store at a frequency independently established at the discretion of the participating jurisdictions. In Section 5A, the line after December 31st would be deleted, and a period would be added and a new sentence. The methodology will be each participating jurisdiction's percentage of the total amount of primary and non-primary licenses in the central data store on the above-mentioned date. That percentage of the total will then be applied to the annual funding fee total to determine each jurisdiction's required contributions. In the same Section 5B, the second sentence, to delete the words, this agreement is in effect, and the sentence will now read, Henderson will submit the fee requirement and supporting documents to the steering committee on or before May 1st of each year during the term for review and approval. Paragraph D would be added to, B would become C. After C, we would add a new paragraph in Section 5 that reads, the annual funding fee initially in the amount of $92,033, parenthesis, $84,700 for annual maintenance, and $7,333 for annual equipment refresh, parenthesis, for fiscal year 2013. Breakdown of an annual maintenance fee by jurisdiction is as follows. Clark County, $33,132. City of Las Vegas, $26,690. City of Henderson, $18,407. And the City of North Las Vegas, $13,804. Period. These amounts will be increased by the City of Henderson on December 31st, 2012 for fiscal year 2014 and on December 31st of each succeeding year as described in Section 5A, but in no instance shall these amounts increase by more than 5% annually. The annual funding fee amount is a combination of the annual maintenance fee set forth in Section 5B and the annual equipment refresh fee as set forth in Section 5C. In Section 9, entitled Steering Committee, paragraph B would now read, each of the parties here, we would delete Section 9A, shall have one full vote on the committee. Decisions of the Steering Committee for any of the matters set forth in Section 9A and 10C require a majority vote of the full committee. Matters that result in a tie vote of the Steering Committee will be submitted by each party to its Chief Executive Officer for resolution by mutual agreement of the officers, which shall be final and binding on the parties. Section 10 would be renumbered. First paragraph would be entitled A, second paragraph would be entitled B, third paragraph would be entitled C, and in the second line, the sentence, such use may only be approved by a unanimous vote of the Steering Committee, would be deleted and struck. I believe that is it. With that, it is in order for your approval.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? I'd entertain a motion.
Thank you. Karen, have the other agencies approved this interlocal agreement yet?
It is on their the agendas for their first or second meeting in June. We have a deadline of June 19th to have these this interlocal agreement by state law.
Okay, and once everybody approves this, then we're going to have some kind of a joint press conference to get the word on of what this is all about, because this is good stuff. I mean, this is a way for somebody to do one-stop shopping with government, and that's a good thing. So we're going to get that word out when everybody signs it, correct?
I believe the mayor already has a press conference planned coming up.
June 21st. And has legal reviewed these changes?
Yes, our legal counsel was involved at the meetings when we were making these changes.
These last ones.
Were at the City of Las Vegas's request.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this with everything that you mentioned, changed or added or whatever you said. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Mayor, I'd just like to say this has been a long time coming. A lot of work from a lot of different entities, and it's marvelous it's reached fruition.
Thank you.
Well, we're excited it does pass. I'm sorry Councilman Barlow isn't here at the moment to add to his name to it, because it is something that the population and the business population is so anxious for. This is just great. So thank you very, very much. Motion carries, and we'll move on to item 55. R41-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution to approve the intent of the Board of Trustees of the Clark County School District to request approval of Debt Management Commission of Clark County to submit to the electors of the district a proposal to levy a special elective tax to finance capital projects for schools for a period of 6 years. This is for all wards, and this is a request to submit for a plebiscite, for a vote. It is not necessarily approving, we agree or don't agree, that we are just confirming our concurrence to put it on the ballot. Yes?
For the record, Mark Vincent, that is correct, Mayor.
Okay. So, Mr. Vincent, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I do have a change to the resolution I need to read in the record, but there's a couple things I wanted to mention. Pretty much what you described is correct. NRS 350, which is the municipal obligations, requires certain things to happen when an entity wants to raise a property tax outside of their normal operating levy. Jeff Weiler here from the Clark County School District is here. He may want to say some words or answer any questions you have. But just to get to the resolution itself, you're correct. What happens is when they want to do that, that kind of a tax increase has to be approved by the vote of the people. But there's a process defined in 350, and one of the first things that, in this case, the school district had to do is put it on the docket with the Debt Management Commission to get their approval. That stirred off or initiated a notice requirement to notify all the overlapping entities. Las Vegas is one. This will be a tax that will be added on to our residents' tax bill. We're currently at around $3.28. We'd add another 21 cents. We'd be up to $3.49, The statutory cap's $3.64. That's why we get the notice. And so the question is, are we planning or contemplating any future tax increases that we know of today that would have an impact with this? And the answer is no, we're not. And so the law does require us to approve or disapprove by resolution, and that's what you have in front of you today. And again, I'll ask Jeff to say a couple words. A couple things I want to call out on the resolution. On the first page of the resolution from line 20 to 26, we did add a couple of things to call to everybody's attention. One is that we're already, that you as a council have established as a priority third grade literacy and high school graduation as a council priority. We've also allocated some money in our budget to support the superintendent's his strategic plan. We also are currently working on a memorandum of understanding between the redevelopment agency and the school district on what we can do to further their programs with the school set aside from the tax increments. So those three things were added to the resolution. On the second page, we did add a condition. It's very similar to what Clark County did, but I do have a correction in there. I'll explain that in a minute. But let me just read that in the record. This council does not object to the proposal being submitted to the electors of the district as long as the proposed tax does not result in more than $110 million in annual tax revenues. Well, 6 times 110 is 660. They have a $670 million program. They asked us if we would be willing to increase that to $120 million per year, and so that's the change I'm recommending in this resolution today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff if he has anything he'd like to say.
And if you will welcome, and if you will state your name, please.
Thank you. For the record, Jeff Weiler, Chief Financial Officer, Clark County School District. Very much appreciate your consideration of this and Mark and staff's work with us over the last several weeks on this. And it's a fairly complicated process. It's one we've never been through, and it largely relates to certainly the significant drop in assessed value. It's a bridge program. We consider it for up to 6 years for up to 21.2 cents. And those are key things that we point out because we're really trying to bridge our capital program until a future time when our current 5534, what we call the rollover rate, would be sufficient to generate capacity for a future capital program. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions, Council? Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, thank you. I really don't think it's necessary to put a revenue cap in our resolution. I think about this as a practical person. You have... Fortunately, it's a short period of time. It's only 6 years. You have an old bunch of old buildings, especially in the wards 1, 3, and 5. These are schools that have been built anywhere from 40 to 70, 75 years ago, and so they've set aside what they think is an appropriate amount of money that they need today, but it's today versus the future that counts, Mark. When you look at the inflation on construction expenses, I think what's going to happen as we come out of this recession, we're already seeing a nudge up a little bit in contracts, and you're going to find it going to cost more to do things. So now if that happens, what it also means is that land values are going up. We'll see a little nudge up in the property tax revenues, and somebody's worried that just because the property tax revenues might come up a little bit, that maybe they're going to look like they're voting for some sort of tax increase. I mean, that's how these things get. Well, if a little more money comes in than projected now, I would be happy with that just because the cost of rehabbing these buildings is going to go up. And they've probably factored in some increase, some construction COLA, but you can't always foresee it. The last time we had, and I can think back a long way, it has been predicted we're going to have horrendous inflation. It's just a question of time. If that's the case, then and it happens within these next few years, we won't be able to fix the buildings that are in this program with a cap. And that's just what I've lived through before. That's why I resist these kinds of things. It's an internal control on an already very well-controlled proposal because it's pay-go. It's the most efficient method of borrowing. It really limits your interest, and it limits all the costs that are associated with bonds. It's very efficient. And it's firewalled off from the rest of the budgets. So it can't be corralled into the pay negotiations that go on eternally at the school district. So for that reason, I don't think that phraseology in our resolution is necessary. But that's only from my own experience, and I can't substitute my intelligence for the county commissioners. They just felt nervous about it. It doesn't make me nervous to leave it out. That's my statement. Mark, you have any suggestion on that?
Thank you. And Councilwoman Tarkanian?
First, I wanted to thank the personnel, including the superintendent and all the others who have worked so hard on this and to have given us so much time so we could understand what you were doing. And secondly, I think it's very important that we point out to the public that this is giving them the right to decide what they feel should be done as far as education. We can't tell them you do this or you do that, but we say we believe so strongly in the public's right to make a decision of help that's needed in education right now. So thank you again, and good luck.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I concur with that comment. I think this is a matter for our community. It's not what I personally would be recommending. It is that it does belong with the people to make the decision. This is their community, our community. And so in this, as it goes and is moved to motion, my vote will be an assurance that the public will make the right decision. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Anthony, you're just on today.
Okay. I'll be real clear on my motion. So the motion is to send the resolution as presented by Mark Vincent to the Debt Management Commission in order to allow the public to vote on this particular bond. This body is not approving or disapproving of the bond. So
With the amendment to
with the
increase the
amendments
cap.
as you stated them. So that will be my motion.
Thank you. Whoops. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And motion carries. Public, you will be voting on this issue. And Mr. Weiler, thank you very much. Mark Vincent, thank you so much. And we will now go on to boards and commissions, number 56. For possible action, other post-employment benefits trust fund board of trustees. Mark Vincent, Dan Tarwater, Barbara Joe Ronimus, term expiration 6/16/12. The procedures for this board requires the mayor to reappoint Mr. Vincent, Mr. Tarwater, Ms. Ronimus to appoint new members. And my motion will be to renew and continue the service of these wonderful people. And so there's my motion. If you'll please vote and please post. Did you get everybody? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to new bills. And we will start with agenda item 57. And items 57 through 62, bills 2012-23 through 2012-28 will be read for the record, and bills 2012-23 through 2012-27 will be heard at recommending committee meetings on Tuesday, June 19th, 2012. And Mr. Jervik, we will turn this over.
Thank you, Your Honor. Real quick, I have a couple of statements I need to make for the record. These are not subject to debate today, but I want to make a couple of items clear for the record before the bills are read into the record. Item number 61 is a new bill that would authorize the reestablishment of certain nonconforming uses under very specific circumstances. The bill is not subject to discussion today. However, since the bill will directly affect the establishment formerly known as the Crazy Horse 2, I wanted to put some documents in the record so that there can be complete and informed discussion of this issue at the recommending committee and at the time as the bill is eligible for adoption, which will be at the next meeting. First is a letter to the city from Attorney Michael Mushkin providing the identities of the businesses and individuals who have purchased the former Crazy Horse 2. That is on file with the clerk, and a copy has been distributed to each member of council. It is now a public record. Second is a memo from me to the entire council distributed on May 15, 2012, setting forth the timeline of events relevant to the closing of the Crazy Horse 2. Finally, it should be made part of the record that if this bill is adopted, the new owners have offered to pay the city of Las Vegas $1.461 million, which represents a figure equal to the fine owed to the city by the previous owner as determined by the Supreme Court of the state of Nevada, not including interest. That's regarding item number 61, bill number 2012-27. I also have a comment to make regarding item number 62. That's the redistricting bill. Item number 62 is a bill that would effectuate the redistricting of the city of Las Vegas as required by the city charter this year. Within the next 2 months, at least one public forum will be held so that members of the public may comment on the proposed map. After that hearing, this item will be placed back on the agenda so that a recommending committee of the whole may discuss this bill. This will also provide a second opportunity for public comment. Because the proposed map requires the creation of 5 new precincts, the county registrar of voters will have to provide new precinct numbers. Since we are in the middle of an election cycle at the moment, that cannot be done until after the November elections. Therefore, final action on the redistricting will not occur until the last meeting in November or the meetings in early December. With that having been said regarding those 2 bills, I would also like to give your permission to have 2 new people read them today.
Okay.
We have 2 new interns that have joined our office this week. Actually, we have 3. A third one is over in the criminal division. 2 are with me today. Alex Wingate is to my right. He will be reading the first 3 bills. And Brittany Llewellyn is to his right, and she'll be reading the next 3 bills. And with your permission, Your Honor, I'll turn it over to them to read.
Thanks. Bill number 201223, an ordinance to adopt an updated transportation and streets and highways element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-24, an ordinance to repeal the code chapter pertaining to the master plan of streets and highways and replace it with a chapter pertaining to planned streets and highways and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-25, an ordinance to adopt an updated conservation element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Bill number 2012-26, an ordinance to extend on a temporary basis the display periods for temporary special event signs and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-27, an ordinance to authorize the reestablishment of certain types of nonconforming uses under specified circumstances and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-28, an ordinance to adjust the ward boundaries of the city in accordance with a redistricting plan and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 63, or do you need us to?
No, I think you just need to assign the first 5 bills to recommending committee, and the last bill we'll bring back in a couple of months after we've had a public hearing.
Okay. We will then assign bills 57, 58, 59, 60, 61 to recommending, which will be meeting next week or the following week.
I believe the 19th.
The 19th, June 19th, and that recommending committee will be Councilman Barlow, Councilman Coffin, and Council Mayor Pro Tem Anthony. You won't be here either. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, can you do that, Councilman Beers? Okay. All right, and Councilman Beers, you're still staying in the upper half of the alphabet. Okay, that's June 19th. Councilman Barlow, Beers, Coffin, top end of the alphabet.
And that's,
The 19th
that's
of
the
June.
19th. And what day of the week is that?
What day of the week is the 19th?
Tuesday, and the time,
Tuesday?
please, just so the public will know for all these bills. So anybody who wants comment to make on this as a citizen should come on June 19th at 9 o'clock. To what room?
To your room? To the city clerk outside meeting room?
Yes, in the city clerk's conference room on the second floor.
Second
Okay.
floor, City Clerk's Council Room. I know many times the public is interested in these meetings, and they may want to attend.
Great, thank you, you're welcome. And then item number 62, what would you, that is just, you will give us the time on that?
That's correct. Because of the uniqueness of this bill and the fact that we now have to involve for the very first time the registrar of voters, we're going to have a public hearing in a couple of months. We'll let the council know about that, but it'll be opportunity in the evenings sometime for members of the public to see the map. After that hearing, it'll come back to council to be sent to recommending committee, which will be a unique recommending committee, a committee of the whole, so everybody sits as recommending. And then we'll wait for the registrar to do his magic, and then it'll come back for adoption.
Okay, thank you very much.
Clear as
Is
mud.
he saying, Madam Mayor, is he saying that that means after November's election will be the vote on this?
That's correct. The final vote, the map cannot be
And so we
made a
don't
final
vote
map of
on
the
that
city.
before?
Correct, you have to wait till after the
Okay,
election.
I just wanted to check. I've been told that, but I just wanted to check. Thank
Therefore,
you.
those who are seeking reelection in 2, 4, and 6, best remember that it is possible that redistricting will change the current map. All right, and so at this point, we will recess. It is now 12 minutes after 1 for closed session, and we will reconvene at 2. Sorry for those of you who've had the long wait, but when we have a hefty afternoon agenda. So 2 o'clock, we'll be back here. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully, whoops, wait. Okay. Sign in. Okay. Everything else is working? And Councilman Barlow's here, so we're okay. Okay, for possible action, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And I am now, since Councilman Anthony couldn't come back for afternoon session, we do have item number 87, SDR 44908, applicant The Boyer Company, owner City Parkway 5, Inc., on a 2.7 acre portion of an 8.49 acre adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 370 feet north of Peak Drive, that has been obeyed to the June 20th, 2012, as requested by Councilwoman Tarkanian. And that is the only item. Any other items, council, that you wish held? Okay, hearing none, I will make that motion then to obey 87 in this, at this time. Please vote. There's a motion to vote. Did you have another one?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
So there's a motion. Please vote on that. And please post. 87 was the only one. But now we're going to go into 17. Okay. Thank you. Motion carries. We will now move on to that item that was pulled, number 17. Discussion for possible action regarding... 49. I have the number on my little page here. Number 49, discussion for possible action regarding a change of ownership for tavern license from Jillian's Management Company, Inc. to Diet Center, LLC, DBA Heart Attack Grill, 450 Fremont Street, Suite 130. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And have you had your conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
The floor is yours.
And I appreciate it, Mayor.
And
if
Ms. Dudleson's
I would
back.
just ask that the Mayor, you and the council just indulge me for a second, because I do have some questions to put on the record and or some comments to put on the record.
Great.
As it relates to this item. Thank you also very much, Jennifer, Carmen, and Karen, and as well as Brad and staff, meeting in my office this afternoon to go over the details of the matter before us here today. And the questions that I have are strictly from a policy standpoint, and these questions are more so for you, Karen. Taking aside this item, putting a thumbtack in this conversation today, if in fact an application were to come before the city for suitability purposes with 5 or 6 investors investing 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 250,000, what would be the process in which you would move that application?
If the application comes in, we gather all the information, all the suitability, and we forward it to Metro for suitability. If an applicant has been, currently holds a liquor license or has already been investigated by another entity for suitability, mainly Clark County, because they also go to Metro, then under our policy, the director can look at that application and determine not to refer it to Metro and bring it forward to the City Council for decision. And you've seen several of those items since I've been here brought forward for final action. There's also a waiver policy. The waiver policy is to take a look at the board and make sure that we have sufficient local control. I look at the documents, I look at the agreements, I look at the operating structure, and if they have made requests for waivers, I look at those waivers and determine if, in my opinion, that we have sufficient operating control for the management of that liquor license. And then I either approve those waivers or I do not approve those waivers. Often the entire group is waived, and sometimes going forward we may split those and send some, because we both do a criminal investigation and we also look at the financial package.
Okay, so having said that, from a financial standpoint and also from a suitability as far as background standpoint, and you have 5 investors, A, B, C, D, E, how would you determine, or what process would you go by to determine that you would only, you would waive 2 of the 3? What basis would that be?
Really, I look at the documents that they give us in the operating agreements, in the corporate structure, on who is going to be managing and operating that liquor license.
Okay. And in addition to that, as far as who would be managing the operation, would there be any conversation with the city attorney's office or with Metro as it relates to the decision in which you make?
Under the policy, I haven't had any cases where that has arisen where, yes, I would if I felt that I needed to. On local management, that manager, that key employee, we always bring forward at least the management of that actual restaurant or operation. So the key employee, anybody that is in that corporate structure as a manager that's managing the local operation. The level above that, which we consider the board, we ask that at least one of them come forward or have been investigated for suitability. So we've seen this on a variety where we have boards that are from out of state, or their board of directors that are located from all over the place. They're not managing. If the documents and the interviews and the discussions that we have in looking at the actual evidence show that they're not involved in the day-to-day operations, then they are eligible for a waiver, and we consider that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And how many waivers have you brought forward to this council?
I would have to check, but this probably 20 to 25.
Of waivers for individuals from an investment
Individuals,
standpoint?
yes.
Okay. And Carmen, from Metro, your concern, as I understand it, meeting in my office, was the amount of monies that were being invested in a business from the term that you used was organized crime, from the Organized Crime Bureau. Why does this concern Metro as it relates to the application before us here today and the number of applicants who are investing not being investigated? Why does that concern you?
Our standard generally...
Your microphone.
Our standard generally, as just a general marker, is 10%. Anybody who invests more than 10% into a business, we call forward automatically in order to investigate where the funds came from, especially if they're personal funds. Sometimes we will call people forward if we, during the course of the investigation, we feel that there's something wrong and they're investing less than 10%. We will call them forward as well. And that is my specific concern with this business. My general concern was that we had met to discuss a policy of who would be waived, and I don't feel that this particular business is following that policy.
Okay, you have to break that down for me a little bit more, because I don't quite understand what's trying to come across.
The problem that we have is that we have two investors who have never been investigated in Clark County, in Henderson, in North Las Vegas, anywhere. So really, we have no opinion of these investors or the funds because we haven't done it. We did not do an investigation. Does that answer your question?
Right, and at the level of their investment, does that concern you?
Yes, it does, because it's 58% combined.
58% of the business combined?
Yes. Of the investment.
Not ownership of the company, but of actual dollars going into this project.
Okay. And as I learned today, at some past point, once upon a time, there was a threshold of 10% of investment within policy that if anyone invested 10% or more, there would be an investigation, a mandatory investigation of all individual investments. Is that correct?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
the code did specify 10% ownership versus investment, the previous code provision.
So 10% ownership, not investment.
That was the previous code provision.
Okay, and at some point, that 10% was taken out. And today, that 10% or no number exists as of today. Is that correct, Karen?
It should be good.
Well, there we go. I would defer to the city attorney, but from my reading from the last year, and I have read everything I can get my hands on, there was never a number mentioned, and nor was it in a distinction between investment and a board or the holders of a corporation.
Brad?
Yeah. Since I've been here, 10% has been a number that I've known Metro to consistently use, and I think it might have been in the code at one point in time. Relevant to today's discussion, it's not in the code now. It's not to be found anywhere.
Okay, so having said that, that can be a conversation as to whether or not this council would like to bring that percentage back to basically avoid the situation that we have here today. Brad, would that be accurate?
Absolutely. What I think is happening here, and I can kind of break it down a little bit, having listened to the entire discussion, I don't think that there's been any problem with the city following the code itself. I think there's a disagreement between Metro and the city as to the policy itself, and that's your call as to whether or not you want to side with your director or with Metro or form your own policy on that. But I do think there's kind of a bigger issue, and that is in the future, you're going to have applications like this. And now that you've seen it in action, that there is an ability for your director to waive, there's going to be an ability for Metro to object, do you want to step into that and say, we're going to always side with the director, Metro, this is the way it is? Or do you want to say, we want to have a threshold? And that's purely a political call, and why you're all here.
Right. And I don't believe that's a decision that we'll be able to make today as far as what that threshold is. We would have to basically bring something formal back in the form of a policy to the board being drafted by your office in order to have that conversation. Correct?
Exactly. You can certainly direct us all to go back to the drawing board on the policy and put a number in. We're more than happy to do that.
Okay. Then I would, as a side note, I would like to suggest that we do that and bring something back. So, but getting back to the point at hand, Karen, should we not be concerned with investors as it relates to the amount of money that they place into projects and developments within the city of Las Vegas to at least coincide with law enforcement as it relates to monies that can be easily slid into businesses from an organized crime standpoint, wouldn't it be more prudent and transparent if, in fact, we work more closely in that respect as far as the transparency of dollars invested in businesses?
Could I ask a question? Is it all right, Councilman? Are there any slot machines in this restaurant?
No.
No.
Is there any gaming in?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Very good.
So,
Those are lots.
so my question, going back to my question, is the concern of investments. I mean, do we not concern ourselves with the amount of monies that are being invested in businesses, whether it be ownership or dollars invested? Does that not concern you as a director?
It does, and that's why we very carefully review the investment and you'll find in the package and in your confidential books a signed statement from the individuals in their request for a waiver stating that they were going to have no operational control at all, no management control. They were not going to be involved in the daily operations. And based on that,
So is your
it appeared
concern,
from everything that they were...
Karen, let me just cut you off for a second.
Okay, sorry.
Let me just cut you off. No, I apologize, because I want to just make something clear. Is your concern more so the operation side and not the investment? Because although I can come and invest $100,000 and tell you that I'm not going to play any part in this business, you don't think that I should have a right to be investigated, being that I'm sinking a six-figure number into a business? Is that not a concern that we should be concerned about?
I think it is a concern, and I think it is a policy decision, and I'll be glad to implement whatever policy that you all want. In the discussions that we had when the waiver policy went in, it was to try to get temporary licenses, get people through the process as quickly as we can, and to look at those on the licensing side to see if there were questions or concerns about those investments, and then either implement the waivers as we had stated in the policy or refer those to Metro. In this case, they all requested waivers, and we did not approve a blanket waiver. This was the first time that I can find in history, going back to many licenses all the way that I looked at as far as 2002, where we referred some of the applicants and not others, that in the past we'd waived them all. So Metro didn't see them.
Okay, so from a policy standpoint, I believe that we need to revisit that area, because that does concern me. Not the applicants before us here today, but I'm looking at the decision that I make today will basically be precedent setting for future applications that come before us. And there could be very well some dirty money not having to do with this application. I'm just basically thinking outwardly that there could be some dirty money invested in businesses that I don't want this city to basically get tied up into from an investment standpoint. And so my decision here today would be, my recommendation before the council today would be to extend the temporary use of the temporary license and allow Metro to move forward with the complete application of all investors to be brought back before the council within, how long would it take?
What I would recommend is give a 6-month temporary. That's the maximum you can give, and since it's the second one, it's the last one you can give. That will give everybody the maximum amount of time to complete this, and then have the director put it back on the agenda at her discretion when the investigation is complete.
Okay, so my recommendation is that we do a 6-month temporary and allowing Metro to vet all interested parties of investments, and you will have an opportunity to bring this item back before the council for a decision 6 months from now. That would be my motion.
Your Honor,
Yes, Councilman.
I didn't know we were going to well, we're not at a motion yet, but I guess we are.
Yes, he
Yeah, we
did
are.
make a motion. Is this all right, Councilman Barlow? You've made a motion. May we
Okay.
continue with the discussion?
Yes, yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Councilman Barlow, and then
Okay,
Councilwoman.
because I'm just curious. When I first saw this, I thought, are we playing favorites? But then I realized, well, several of these people made their millions through public stock ownership. They are not created people. Those were the legend. As my lifetime of 60 years here in town, I'm very familiar with how you build a legend for somebody to become a straw man so that you can front for somebody else. In this case, and several of these people, without mentioning names, we know how they made their money because there is an unbroken chain of evidence, if you will, of the growth of their net income and assets. And frankly, they've been investigated by the SEC before they went public. So there are agencies with pretty strong investigatory powers that have vetted a number of these people. I'm not sure how many of them, but the point is it's probably well over a majority of the ownership. So that is my thought as to why I will go ahead. I'll go ahead and support the council member, but I'm not going to get all worked up over, in essence, this thing. I don't know how far we go in investigating people. I hope it's just with tavern licenses, privilege licenses. Sure would not want to see us go into investigating every person and every business. So I will support your motion, Councilman, no matter what it is. But I wanted to tell you that I wasn't troubled by going ahead to approve the motion as had been presented by licensing.
Councilman Barlow, do you mind if I make a comment very quickly? I have no problem with extending the temporary license. Because this is something that's presented to us today, new, not an issue that we had discussed. We had received the waiver. Business had progressed under receiving that waiver, and now this is something, newly presented to us. Not that there's an area of concern about compliance with that, but if we could just extend the temporary and work out these issues with both Metro and the city without, making a mandatory requirement, because as Councilman Coffin suggested, there are some public knowledge about many of these individuals, and we're happy to, supply that and highlight it. That's just my presentation, but I'd ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Councilwoman, you did wish to make a comment. You need a mic? Okay, Councilman Beers?
Way down here. Hello, colleagues. I'm struggling to find the public policy that we're advocating here. This is a restaurant that serves food with varying degrees of attentiveness to current vogue trends in health and things. It's not a casino. There's no opportunity for mob skimming as we have in our history encountered here. I guess the public policy purpose is to ensure that we don't sell wine or beer to a child or to a minor with their burger and fries. And I don't know that the source of the capital that makes those burgers and fries or bought the grill upon which those burgers and fries are made presents a risk to public integrity at all. Like Senator or Councilman Coffin, I would be in favor of just granting this permanently, and am concerned that in fact, we're breaking precedent, kind of. We've got a precedent set that would allow the city to allow this project to move forward without investigating the capital. And I'm concerned that we telegraph a message to other health-conscious restaurateurs that you come here and we torture you. I don't know if someone can come up with a public policy purpose here that I'm not able to reach.
Mayor, if you don't mind, by no means do I want to send a message Councilman Beers, that we're torturing restaurateurs. That's not where I'm going with this whatsoever. It's a matter of policy for me when it comes to investments in any business, specifically for large amounts of monies, because in the past this mayor and council operated from anyone with 10% of ownership or more would be investigated, period. And as of recently, that 10% was removed. How, why, I don't know. Maybe it was done before I got here. I don't recall ever voting on it. But it is something that I would like to revisit at a future date. So I'm specifically addressing this item from a policy standpoint, not from the applicant or the applicants of this application. This just so happens to be a point of entry. Basically moving forward for anyone investing a certain amount of money, a sizable amount of money that raises the eyebrow of the IRS, Metro Organized Crime Unit, and any other interested parties when it comes to investments. I believe that there needs to be a level of transparency, specifically for our downtown. We talk about making this city a great city, but we have to do it from a policy standpoint, making sure that we send a clear message to anyone coming into our city that they're going to come the right way. And so therefore, we have to protect the interests of our city seal. And that's what I'm looking at, purely from a policy position.
Might I ask you, in light of all the comments that you've heard, that we separate this and take this current issue as one, and then move and ask our council with the Director of Licensing to revisit that percentage format, because I know how hard licensing has worked with the sheriff and Metro to take these enormous applications to be business friendly, where there is no gaming, down to a quick level of processing. But it is important who invests. And obviously the people that are invested with you and that are the backbone, they have already, must have gone through this process, every single one of the names. And can we separate it out that you are instructing or asking staff to go ahead and proceed, revisit this item, but take their particular case separately? Or do you want them co-joined? Wait, here comes our...
I don't quite understand. Hold on one second. Mayor, I understand your point, but I'm just one vote, and I have to stick to the policy that I believe is the right policy decision to make today. And my position will stand as is to, I recommend the 6-month temporary license continue, and that we give Metro an opportunity, Metro's crime unit, an opportunity to continue to do their job, because I don't want to send the wrong message to Metro that we don't support their efforts to vet and investigate on behalf of this mayor and council. And that will be my decision, and that will be my motion at this time.
Councilwoman.
I just wanted to add, I agree with what Ricky's saying, and it's hard to understand this, but there are feelings when they see things in the paper, people. And just last night, someone said to me, if those were different names there, would they say you didn't have to investigate? This is what the public looks at us to do. If we have an ordinance, support the ordinance. We're trying to do it so you have it. Temporarily, you continue as you are now, and then probably by the time we get to the end of it, they'll be able to change anything if it needs to be changed. But I think that's an important thing to do, and I think that's what the public expects. So that's what So I'm voting.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. I am going to go ahead and vote with Councilman Barlow, but it would be my hope that this moves forward smoothly and that you will be permanently able to continue on with the business as operator, hiring a second operator or whatever that designation was. But I do believe this is a policy and procedural issue with which we're dealing that applies to everything and not just specifically to you, which is why I wanted to separate the two. But I do believe in the overall picture of what Councilman Barlow is trying to say. I just wanted you to go along on your own and then us as a council to continue on with the process and procedure of how we go forward. But 6 months it's a 6 months temporary?
It is. There's one 6 months temporary available, and that was also detailed in the information that I gave to you all.
And I would also add that Metro, I mean, I know how heavily and closely you work with licensing all the time on everything. And so we appreciate that, and safety's our major one concern. So there is a motion, and if you will cast your votes, please. And if you oppose, please. Okay, motion carries, and so we'll proceed on to the next. Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. Thank you. And now we will move on to items 65 through 69 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you very much. There's a motion, please. There is a motion. Please vote.
I want to know who is that Lone Ranger down there.
He had onions for lunch. He's sitting down there. Please post. Motion carries. We will now move on to item 70. ROC, and this is in planning. ROC 44101 tabled re-notification. Review of condition and special use permit. This is a public hearing. Applicant E-T-T Service Station LLC, owner Rancho Circle Shopping Center LLC, for possible action on a request for review of condition of an approved special use permit SUP 4576 to delete condition number 3 that states, quote, the sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine coolers, or screw tap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain in their original configuration as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted at 330 North Rancho, and that is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and staff recommends approval. There's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name. Applicant present. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? And hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And is there a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Based on a number of emails and opposition of this item, and also working heavily with Metro in this corridor to address a lot of the vagrancies and inebriates, unfortunately, I would have to move against staff's recommendation for denial of this item. That would be my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you, Councilman. And now we will read council items 71 through 73. 71, MOD 44703, for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Montecito Town Center Development Agreement to add 1.99 acres to the overall plan under the mixed-use commercial special land use designation at the northeast corner of Riley Street and Clark County 215. Number 72, SUP 44701, request for special use permit for a congregate care facility, the southeast corner of Riley Street and Rome Boulevard. Number 73, SDR 44700, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed single-story, 70,539 square foot congregate care facility with 60 convalescent care beds and 34 assisted living units with waivers of the town standard development standards to allow none of the building to be built to the front setback line where a minimum of 80% is required and a 0-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required, a waiver of Montecito town standard development standards to allow a service area to be located within public view without screening where such is not allowed, and a corresponding request for encroachment into the Rome Boulevard and Riley Street public rights-of-way on 3.99 acres at the southeast corner of Riley and Rome Boulevard. The applicant is Giza Development, and the owner for item number 71 is Rohani Nanjimi Trust, and item 72 and 3 is Delaware 118 LLC et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items, and staff recommends approval of item number 71 and denial of items 72 and 3. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? And would you state your name, please?
Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be, I'd like to ask Mr. Fagg, if you would, on the denials, what were those reasons, please?
The basis for the denials was relative to the waivers that the applicant was requesting from the setback requirements that are listed in the Town Center Development Standards. Otherwise, we found the project to be relatively in conformance with the standards.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I saw this at the Planning Commission, and it is really nice, and these people are pouring a monstrous amount of money into this, and I just hope that you would approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Hearing none. On behalf of Councilman Ross, Councilman Beers, are you ready to proceed? Your mic.
Hey, there we go. Yes, Mayor, I'd received a briefing from Councilman Ross on this, and he is in full support. Is it appropriate to move one motion for all three of these items? Individually. So I would move that we follow staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation on item number 71 and approve.
Thank you. There's a motion on item 71 with a recommendation to approve. Please vote. And please post.
On item number 72, I would move that we follow the Planning Commission recommendation and approve item number 72.
Okay, the first motion carried. Now we're on to item number 72. Please vote. And please post.
I think that Councilman Ross is probably watching from home with his cold or allergies, so I just want you to know that I'm not wearing a kilt. On item number 73, I would move that we follow the Planning Commission approval recommendation and approve item number 73.
Thank you very much. You've done a wonderful job for our ill Councilman Ross. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And it carries as well. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you. Items 74 and 75. 74, variance 44710, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 100 parking spaces where 156 spaces are required. Item number 75, SDR 44708, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 39121, to eliminate one subterranean level of required parking and 1 story of office space. The applicant owner is EVAPS LLC. The project's located on .65 acres at 400 South 7th. The Planning Commission recommends approval of both items, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Fagg, would you explain the denials again, please?
The denial on these applications is based on the request for the variance in that it does not meet the criteria for approval of a variance.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to
Yes.
make a presentation?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect, Scott Brown, no relation. And as the mayor said, this is a proposal. We're requesting a variance to allow 100 parking spaces where 156 is required. I want to point out that in addition to the 100 parking spaces in the building, the applicant has leased property about 50 feet to the south, 1 lot over, that has about 25 parking spaces. And we've leased this for 10 years with a 10-year option, and we also have a right of first refusal to buy that property. And this, as you can see, would reduce the parking deficiency. The building is going to consist of a number of law offices and professional tenants, and we believe with that type of clientele that 125 parking spaces is sufficient. In addition, there's ample parking on the street. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Brown, who will explain our new site development plan.
Thanks. Scott Brown, Design Cell Architects, 10777 West Twain. Just wanted to show the latest updated rendering. We've been working on this building for quite some time now, and we're ready to break ground. We had some, through the design and the wishes of the owner, we had to reduce the parking, and we reduced 1 floor of the office building. So what you see here is the latest rendering of the revised project. As Jay stated, we still have a half level of subterranean parking. We do have the off-site remote parking lot to the south of us containing 25 stalls, and we have ample street parking in our area where 156 stalls are required on our property. If you count all the stalls up, we're sitting at 158 parking stalls within the immediate vicinity. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Is this the site of the old Andres?
It is next door, directly to the east.
Next door to that
Yes.
site, which is also under proposed development, correct?
I'm really not sure.
Not sure.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Yes.
Yes,
You
Councilman
mentioned
Barlow?
Andres. Is this east? Is this the east property of behind Andres?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
It's on the corner of Rochette and 7th, right across from the school.
So it's
across
west
from
of the school, right?
Okay.
This is where. Is this the lot where Councilman Reese had the house moved?
That's correct.
Okay.
The landmark. It was
Right.
a landmark building. And
Got you. Okay.
That's right.
It's beautiful. Beautiful rendering. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Well, there are other landmark buildings there, and that's Las Vegas High School, now the Academy. And I think that, I have to say to Mr. Brown, first name Scott, that the design, I hope your client has adopted this design thoroughly, because it's consonant with the neighborhood. I cannot stand the concrete and steel stuff that's gone up back in 7th, 8th, and 9th Street. That just doesn't fit. But then there's a new sheriff, and I love your stuff, and I want that kind of architecture. I'm not just a retro throwback guy, but you have to have respect for that neighborhood, and this seems to fit the bill. Now, they ran into the high water table. It's legendary down there. You can't drill down very far without incurring enormous expense and then pumping maybe the rest of your life. So it's better to do what you're suggesting and have this nice building. So I am going to move for approval, one of these at a time. Your Honor, if you're ready for a motion.
Would you allow Mr. Farlow to make
Boy,
a
I'm sorry.
magnificent comment?
Welcome back, Todd, wherever you were.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Now, we're talking lawyers here. And the reason, as you stated, I like the original idea of the two subterranean parking things. Now, if they were to put that second subterranean parking thing, they could convert that to a swimming pool, And then they could go swim over here in the morning, and then they'd go walk over to Craig Kinney's place and play basketball all afternoon. And that'd keep the lawyers occupied.
And see, I thought you were going to talk about the trees and the bushes.
The swimming pool would have diesel fuel from the old railroad spills. That's what would happen if you pumped it out.
All right, Councilman Coffin, please.
Well, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Let's do them one at a time, too.
Yes, item number 74. I move for approval of item 74 with the conditions attached at the suggestion of the planning staff.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Item number 75.
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 75, subject to the conditions laid forth and agreed to by the planning staff and our staff.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. Motion carries. What's the timeline? When are you going to be up? Great. And what do you look, all things being equal, to finish up? 18 months?
Probably January 2014.
Great. Good luck. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 76. SUP 43979, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant Lamar Kreutzbosch, owner Melissa F. Maxwell, for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed bail bond service use at 1110 East Bonneville Avenue. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. The Planning Commission voted 5-1, and staff both recommend approval. This public hearing, I declare it open. Applicant present? Okay. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Kaufman, did you talk to the applicants? Are they going to do a paint job on this? Because this really needs to be fixed up. There's two offices there, and they've got unmatched paint things on the same building, and it just doesn't look right. So that's mine.
Thank
and also, they do have a flower pot out there, but there's nothing growing in it. And it seems like that with just a little bit of money, they could make this look a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffin. Councilman Coffin, it's
Your
yours.
Honor, I'd like to have staff come up to the podium on this issue. Flynn, if you would, and take a map of what's going on downtown. Your Honor, I have this in here because, first of all, this is a neighborhood that this bail bond business is being proposed. It is right next to stable and nice and quiet apartment houses in the area along Maryland Parkway, on the west side of Maryland Parkway between Bonneville and, well, farther toward north. And it is not suitable for the area for a lot of reasons, I suppose. And I think that I'm not happy with the spread of bail bond businesses into the residential areas, as I've seen before. Now, I can see, if you look at the map, you will see where they are, and generally all those pyramids indicate existing bail bond locations, plenty of them. There's no shortage for the public to access them. Over to the right of the map, you see them down on Charleston near Mojave, with one or two exceptions, and that is near, not too far from our jail. So there's a reason why you have some of them down there on thoroughfares and not far from jail facilities. But to put one in a residential area, really not very close at all to a law enforcement facility or a jail, is a mistake. It's an improper use, in my opinion. And even though the Planning Commission and the staff recommended approval, I'm looking at this map thinking that we need to slow down the spread of that particular business. And this map I introduced into the record today to show that there are adequate numbers of bail bond businesses, at least at this present time, and certainly none needed in that area. So I thank you very much, Flynn, for bringing that in. I don't know if any members of the council have any questions of me on that issue or of Flynn, but I'm happy to answer because I'm going to move to disapprove. If there are no questions of my colleagues, then I'm going to move to disapprove this item, number 76.
There's a motion. That means we vote yay to deny.
That's right.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. Item number 77, SUP 44658, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant Sam E. Hamika, owner, DI Properties, Inc., for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within a proposed 1,440-square-foot convenience store at 3020 East Bonanza Road, Suite 150. This is Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? And please state your name. Your microphone, could you? It's on now.
It's on. Sam Hamika, 5164 Mountain Foliage Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I agree with the conditions, and I ask for your approval of this use permit.
Thank you. Everyone heard. He agrees with the condition and requests approval. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. State your name.
Thank you, Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Just to be clear about this, are we talking about, is this where the billiards place is too? Is this in conjunction with the billiards?
No.
No?
It's in the same shopping center, but it's not.
But it's not.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Coffin, I will close the public hearing.
Your Honor, I move to approve item 77.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And, oh, that's attractive. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And now we're on to items number 78 and 79. 78 SUP 44662 for possible action with a request special use permit for a proposed thrift shop nonprofit within an existing building. And number 79 SUP 44663 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed animal hospital, clinic, or shelter with no outside pens within an existing building. The applicant is SRL Feline Foundation, and the owner is Roger Jusami. The project's located at 1431 East Charleston Boulevard, Suites 17 and 19. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
And would you state your name, please?
Margaret Ward, 7456 Treasure Chest Street, Las Vegas.
And the gentleman with you?
I'm Gary Myers. I'm 3200 McLeod Drive, Las Vegas, and I'm one of the volunteers there, and I'm just here for support for today, Mayor.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none, Councilman Coffin, do you have a motion on item number 78?
I do, and I will, Your Honor, with this thought. I got a couple of protests, so you all see those things come in. A couple of them were predicated on the fact that someone did not want odors because they thought there might be outdoor pens, and there are no outdoor facilities here. Although one has to be careful of aroma, and because that can come from washing things and then putting them outside, and or storing waste outside. So be cognizant of the fact the animal doesn't have to be outside to take the aroma outside. So you must be cognizant of that because there are homes right behind you. With that condition placed on it, in addition to any other conditions that our Planning Commission put, I will now move for approval on your items. First one will be item 78.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Yeah. That's for the animals. There's several thrift stores down there on the boulevard.
Motion carries. And item number 79, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, the same conditions. I move for approval on item 79.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And please post.
If you're happy, bark.
Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. And we will now move on to item number 80. EOT 44961, extension of time, non-conforming public hearing. Applicant owner C&W Properties LLC for possible action on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming tavern located at 6138 to 6144 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Ernie Becker, 8090 South Durango, Suite 115. And we've leased the property back in March, and they're in the process of working and opening it up. And we'd appreciate your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
What is the cross street on these? What are the cross streets?
Jones Boulevard.
Jones, okay. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard? I'm hearing none. Councilman Beers?
I may have a conflict of interest, and so I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Thank you.
This
We're still
man
okay.
may be my landlord.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Councilwoman, this end of the table of the dais will take over.
All right, did he say that Ernie Becker might be his landlord? Oh, my. You're a nice guy, though, huh? I move to approve with all conditions. I know that this is something that will be done in a good way, and we've always found working with you that you've kept your commitment. So move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. Motion, please vote. And please post. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Again. And we will now move on to items 81 and 82, 81 variance, 44952, possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 4-foot setback from a property line where 5 feet is required. Number 82, SUP 44951, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 8-foot tall, 5-foot by 6-foot off-premise sign. The applicant is Nevada Development and Realty Company, and the owner is NFC LLC. The project is located at 2300 West Sahara. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These items are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? And your name, please. Thank you, Mr. Wimmer. You're all three. Which one are you?
No, I'm Mike Weber. I'm
Okay.
just representing both parties.
Okay, did you get those, City Clerk? You did, okay. Do you want to describe or talk to the maps that we're seeing?
Well, the building they're trying to identify is in the far back portion of this property, and this has several attorneys, several doctors' offices, and it is Nevada State nursing facility headquarters there. And the only identification that they have is really this little monument sign. And the other sign there that you see probably is 2500 West Sahara. It's been there for 14 years. It's coming out of the ground. And this would take its spot, and it would stay with just the tenants in that building. That's part of the agreement we made with the city planning officials. And we'd never change the size or put other tenants on it.
Okay, so on this, which is the one, is this the one that's going to be planned, or is this what is?
Afters, on the
Okay.
left,
Oh, I see.
is the one that's planned,
right?
Okay.
The one on the left, right?
Okay. Public hearing, anyone wishing to comment, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Tvarla, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 82, it said it's an off-premise sign, but it's actually on-premise. Is that right?
I don't believe, Mayor, that it's off-premise as far as the total land is concerned.
Well,
It's placed in the median, and actually it is kind of off-premise. It's on Tom Thomas's, from Thomas and Mack's property, but he has agreed that we could put it in the median because he has no use for the median himself.
And Todd, I think that was item 82 you were addressing, right? We're on 81 right now. That's why I got a little confused.
Madam Mayor, and just to confirm, this is an off-premise sign, even though it is adjacent to the property that it's advertising.
Okay. And is there proper documentation of the agreement from Tom Thomas to have it? You have all that paperwork that?
Yes, it's all notarized by them,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, the property owner does have to sign the application, so we do have that in the file.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman.
Well, we're addressing item number 80, and that's where we're talking about allowing a 4-foot setback from a property line where 5 feet is concerned, right? That's the one we're on now, just that. And I've always felt that if you're within a foot and you're doing everything else right, that would be fine to do, and you certainly have been doing things in a good way. So I move to approve number 81.
There's a motion to approve number 81. Please vote. And please post. It carries. And now on to item number 82.
And number 82 is not an extremely large sign. It's just a sign for clarification for the public as they go by when they're looking for these
Yes, ma'am.
offices. That's all it is, and I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. And now we're on to item number 83, RQR 45094, required review, public hearing. Applicant Brown Mail, Inc., owner Tofi Enterprises, LLC, for possible action on a request for required review of an approved review of condition ROC 41050 that deleted conditions A and number 6 of special use permit SUP 13271 at 8251 West Charleston Boulevard. This is, oh my goodness, this is in Ward 2, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor.
And the staff recommends approval too, Boyer, Benton, 100.
Yeah. This is a review from a approval that the council gave a year ago. Some residents had a concern, and so it was granted with a one-year review. This is the one-year review. Our staff and Metro both report there have been no incidences there, so I would recommend that we follow staff approval and approve this item.
And if, with your permission, since it is public hearing, anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come forward and state your names.
That's from
Nope, there you go. Okay.
8251 West Charleston Boulevard. That's my store I'm representing today. I wanted to thank the council for giving us this permit last year. It was very important for our store to succeed. Our clientele there in that area for that particular store is on a very tight budget. They're not able to buy 6-packs or 12-packs or anything more than a single container at a time. I understand there were some concerns last time that I was here. We have a couple of our clients in, I was about to say courtroom, in this room here to support us, to explain that there have been no issues with those single sales. We also have our owner from Toffee Enterprises, Dorothy Pansek, who can vouch that we needed that for our business. Revenues have been up. We were able to hire 2 more people. With that revenue, we can add a new pizza place. So we do really need this to go on. And at this time, if possible, I would like to request that this permit or this permission be made permanent for our store.
Thank you.
That is my motion. That, the motion would include making this permanent.
Okay.
I believe that's correct.
Yes, the approval was granted last year. With this required review, the approval of the review essentially extends that as permanent.
Yeah.
And now it is a permanent, correct? Permanent.
As
All
part of
right,
their special use permit,
Anyone
yes.
wishing to be heard, come forward, please. Anyone else? Hearing none, I'll close that portion. And, excuse me? Oh, so sorry, I thought you were in support.
No problem. My name's Tammy Rhodes. I live at 8155 West Charleston Boulevard, Apartment 10. So they're like my closest store, about the only store I can even get to. And I go over there frequently, probably daily. And not a huge drinker, but on a limited income, if I am going to have a drink, it's like one beer, something, and it's really a nice little store. There's never been any problems. I go at night on my wheelchair, never have a problem, and just would really like you guys to grant it if possible. I have no way to get any other place.
Well, it's wonderful. How nice to hear such wonderful praise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Beers.
I want to make sure everyone understands that you can get your parking ticket validated here,
Oh,
so you don't have to pay on your way out.
right.
That was it?
Your motion was to approve. And it would be.
With conditions.
With all the conditions, and it to permanency.
Following staff recommendation.
Right.
Okay, please, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
And you don't have to travel further. There you are.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. And we'll now move on to item number 84, SUP 44936, special use permit. This is a public hearing. Applicant El Gaucho Luca Cafe owner Michael and Beatrice Katz, Family Trust by Bypass Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit to add a beer wine cooler on sale use to an existing 1,613 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 300-foot distance separation from a church where 400 feet is required at 231 South 3rd Street, Suite 110. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And anyone wishing to be heard, please state your name. The microphone is none. Can you push? Oh, there it goes now. And if you lift the microphone up so we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Cami Silva, 949 Wild Swan Street. I'm just the owner of the restaurant.
You're the owner of the restaurant. Okay. And it's through the Michael and B. Katz Family Trust?
That's the owner of the property.
Of the property which you lease?
I'm the property manager. Yes, they lease it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Mayor?
Anyone wishing to be heard?
Mayor, speaker, put
Yes,
her name and
please.
address on the record. If we could have that speaker put her name and address on the record, the other one.
Oh, Stephanie Miller, 1213 Equator Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm
And-
with Sun Property Management. We manage the building on behalf of the owners.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard? Hearing none. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, it's a place that is doing well. It's in a place that customarily has had this kind of service. It may be within a certain radius from a church, but St. Viator's does not object, I'm told. In fact, I think we got a card from them. So we don't have to worry about that. I'll go with the staff and planning commission recommendation with the conditions that they have set forth for us. So I move for approval.
Thank you very much.
Mayor.
There's a comment? Mr.
Yes,
Barlow.
yes.
Councilor.
Mayor, I have a number of establishments in my ward that I stand behind as it relates to distance separations when it comes to beer and wine in church facilities and parks and child cares. And so for that, in order to remain consistent with the policy of how I conduct myself in this office, I will be voting in denial of the application.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. There is a motion made by Councilman Coffin to approve with conditions that's set forth by planning and staff. And so will you please vote? And please post. Motion carries, and we've had your food off, and it's excellent.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. You did. Do you want to correct
Boy,
that?
oh boy, I think for the record, permanent record, I think I misspoke and said that St. Viator is approved. Well, they would, because they're about 8 miles away, but and we are broad-minded people, we Catholics. This is at and near St. Joan of Arc, which, where I spoke at the 8th grade commencement last week, and last I heard, they're still in favor of it.
Okay.
Even though I spoke
I
there.
bet you they ordered there, too. Very
Yep.
good food. Thank you. Record stands corrected. And now we'll move on to item number 85, SUP 44939, Special Use Permit, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, Abona Family LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 90-square-foot accessory packaged liquor off-sale use within a proposed 2,400-square-foot convenience store at 4601 West Sahara, Suite W, and this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. I see our applicant's representative is with us. Would you
Jen.
please stay forward?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. As the mayor stated, this comes through with a recommendation of approval from both staff and the Planning Commission, and we'd appreciate your approval as well.
And this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve with all conditions. It's certainly a large enough size building to be able to handle that as far as an area of liquor is concerned.
Wonderful. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Brown. Moving on to item number 86, EOT 45152, extension of time, non-conforming public hearing, applicant owner Fremont Properties LLC, for possible action on a request and extension of time for a non-conforming tavern at 1930 Fremont Street, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, representing Sophie and John Wolfson. They did purchase this property several years ago as their retirement, and then a couple years ago, the tenant moved out, actually kind of destroyed the property. So they've been trying to find a new tenant. Their ultimate goal is to move here and then operate it themselves, but with the economy, they've just not been able to do that yet. So we appreciate staff's recommendation for approval, and are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none, Councilman Coffin.
I have a question here, but the bar, there is a bar operating, isn't there?
No, there was a bar operating. The tenant moved out and kind of destroyed the bar, so they've spent a lot of money to replace the things that were sort of destroyed. But the pizza place is still open.
There will be something coming back in, though, won't there?
That's their greatest hope.
A tavern, a bar, because we're concerned about noise there.
Right.
That might occur.
Well, and I think because it's right next to the pizza place, I think that it's sort of a self-policing business, that, you know, the pizza place makes sure that their clients and customers aren't going to be impacted by any noise. And it's the Wolfson's goal. They'd like to come back and operate that, but their youngest child hasn't graduated from high school yet. But ultimately, their goal is to move here. But in the meantime, they'd like to find a tenant. They just haven't had a difficult time because of the cost of a liquor license. So they're still looking.
I'd like to ask staff a question here, Your Honor. The issue might be that in the past there have been issues, noise issues, things. Neighbors have complained, and I'm just curious if they find a tenant between, well, after this meeting, let's say, do they have to come then back in front of us for approval?
No, they don't need to come back for approval because this essentially extends their special use permit.
Then I think that I'm sure there are conditions attached to the approval from the staff, but I want to attach a few additional conditions based upon complaints that came in. And I don't think these are onerous, but I think that we should be checking out a few things. I understand that there was some work done on the patio out there without permits pulled. I want to have a check on that. That's code, obviously. We want to make sure that should a new tenant occupy, that there is music, that music be kept inside, and that the noise be kept inside. So that would mean that the doors have to be shut during music inside, and that the music be kept inside and not on the patio. Because of these complaints, I think it's in order, so that should you get another one, and I hope you do, we don't want to have additional complaints, because we do have some complaints today based upon potential problems, but we know of some that have occurred.
And I'm going to assume that's from the previous tenant, so without my client being here, I'm going to assume, having had discussions with them, that they want the place to operate nice and clean and well, so I'm sure they'd agree to the conditions.
Okay. Then with those conditions that I've stated and the staff conditions that were in there, I would move for approval of this item.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Item number 87's been obeyed to the 20th of June. We'll move on to item number 88, SDR 44942, Site Development Plan Review, a public hearing. Applicant owner Osvaldo Fumo for possible action on a request for major site development plan review to add 1918 square feet to the second floor addition to an existing 3,198 square foot single-story building, and a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan streetscape standards on a .16 acre at 503 East Bonneville. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Both the planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? Are you applicants?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
This is the
Yes, he
applicant.
is.
I'm David Hardy, Lands West Builders, 7225 Bermuda Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, representing the applicant.
Thank you.
We concur with all staff recommendations.
Okay, and gentlemen with you are?
Oh, there he is. Osvaldo Fumo, I'm the owner of the property.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor.
Van Nelson, Lands West Builders, 7561 Demona Drive. Lands West
Thank
Builders.
you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Pretty colors. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Yes, Your Honor. You know, this building is the building that burned on purpose. Sandwich store burned up on purpose, and then other things burned accidentally with it. In any event, now from the ashes is going to rise a new building and a new business with good tenants, and I think be an asset to downtown, providing a service that we need down there. And you've already heard news about other developments just a block or two away, so you know your clientele is going to be waiting and anxious. So I think it's going to be a good thing.
Great.
I would like now to move to approve, subject to the conditions laid down by the Planning Commission and our staff.
With which you agree, I gather? Yes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. She's not here.
We do.
We are four.
We have 4.
We are still a quorum. And now, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the City Council's approval. May I beg the Council, Madam Mayor, to please recall item number 76. It's an item that was passed. I'm a criminal defense attorney, and I was in court, in municipal court, and ran over as soon as I could and realized that I had just missed the vote. I understand it was denied. However, it kind of relates to the building we just passed. I don't own the property. It's Melissa Maxwell. I'm here as a representative for her. Mr. Lamar Krupach, who was the person who applied to have the bail bonds company transferred, was in my building on Las Vegas Boulevard when it burned and has been displaced for over a year. He was there for 12 years prior to the fire, never had any complaints, never had any problems with...
I'm sorry, Mayor, we probably need to recall that item first before this gentleman starts his
maybe we'll
presentation.
start recalling number 88 if you keep that up.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Councilman. What did you say?
Here.
I said, Your Honor, I'm not interested in recalling 76. Thank you very much for the comments. Mr. Fumo?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 89. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And on to number 90, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name.
Yes, good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes. I have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada 89125. I'm here. I attended the Suncoast meeting for the coming home of the veterans this afternoon, and I really want to welcome fellow veterans home, and I hope they don't have to come home. I share with a lot of them over there today, too, the lying and deceit that's going on toward veterans, and I went the experiences in Overton Brook Medical Center in Shreveport, and when I transferred my records here, and I just got where I was disgusted and gave up on going to the VA clinics at all, because a lot of those people I found out was lying just to get their salary paid. I don't want veterans and their families to experience the nightmare of them coming home from the war. I have a nephew that came home from Afghanistan. I have an uncle that died in that hospital down there after having hernia surgery. And it's bad when the doctors can't get the truth because people are hard up for money, and I've offered them to sign these promissory notes. It's a way of providing for them. They don't have to lie on the sick veterans and people coming home wounded and stuff, family already in distress. Give me a signature on a promissory note. I'm experiencing a problem even that's staying at this downtown motel, the lying that's going on because people want to promote these drug programs. It's just too hard on me to keep dealing with it. I'll be 55 this month, 27 of this month. A number of health conditions. I know what other veterans are going through with, and I'm not a war veteran. I graduated same year the Vietnam War ended, but I have wartime veterans in my family. I don't want the veterans to come home to this mess they done made over here. I don't want anyone to have to experience what I've had to experience, and I want to give the people opportunity to give a signature on a promissory note. They may already have a job. They might already feel that they are secure in their homes. But look again, think about it. There's a problem here, and it's not just me. It's somebody promoting programs, getting people to lie to keep jobs, and that shouldn't be necessary. If they'll give me a signature, they'll be sponsored. I'm still seeking a punitive damage class action multi-billion-dollar lawsuit on this. I don't want money sitting up in Swiss bank accounts. I won't mention Donald Trump and Steve Wynn's bank accounts. Well, God bless you. Thank you. Have a good day.
And now we'll move on to item number, Mr. Farlow, under 90.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I wish Councilman Anthony was still here. Some years ago, we had an item that was brought up on the ballot concerning staffing levels on Metro. And the people voted that they wanted 2 officers per 1,000 population. It has fallen well below that now. My concern is this. As I mentioned in public comment to the first, there is almost a war going on down there in Mexico, and there's innocent people are just getting slaughtered down there. There's several magazines that wrote on that, and even the most limited amount comes to about over 19,000 innocent people murdered. If you read the Review Journal, there was an article in there last Sunday that it is coming up our way. It's in Arizona now. We cannot let that come into Las Vegas. If even 1,000th of those people were murdered in Las Vegas, or that's been murdered in Mexico, we would have a financial disaster here. And my thing on Metro, I'll address it at Metro, physical affairs. But I think that Metro should take the approach that New York City has taken. New York City, because they're a magnet for the idiots too, New York City sends policemen out to areas that might be a concern of theirs. And I think Metro needs to bring their staffing levels up and maybe send teams out to these border states just to find out what's going on, who's who, what's coming up. And if any of these people cross over the state line, we got to get on top of that now, because we cannot have that coming into this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move on to item 91. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Starting at my immediate left, Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you have any announcements?
Yes, this Friday, June 8th at 6:30 p.m., we're going to have our Ward 1 Summer Splash, which is free for anyone who wants to attend. We'll have a DJ, raffle, prizes, hot dogs, and other refreshments. We've had a fun year. Every year we've been there. It's wonderful to see all the youngsters come, many of whom don't have pool opportunities at home. So just remember, Friday, 6:30 p.m., this coming Friday, at the Henrik YMCA building at 4141 Meadows Lane. And then also, we are having our appreciation celebration for all of the volunteers that help us in Ward 1 in the parks, painting the walls, pulling the weeds, doing all those things to help beautify our city. That'll be on June 21st at 6:30 p.m. at Arizona Charlie's. This event is a way that we use to say thank you for the volunteer services to Ward 1 neighborhoods over the year. If you have any additional information you want on any of these two items, please call 229-6405, and we'll be glad to give you the answers. Thank you.
And Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. As always, the first Thursday of the month, I host my Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, located near the corner of Rancho and Bonanza. And Mr. Farlow, I expect to see you there tomorrow morning. I will be there from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m., meeting with business owners and residents who would like to meet with me. This is a way to circumvent my office from coming to City Hall. I'm right out in the community. And I must thank Starbucks so graciously for allowing me to host all of my meetings there the first Thursday of every month. And for that, please come out and have a cup of coffee on me and talk to me regarding any questions or concerns or any business that you like. So I will see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Starbucks near the corner of Rancho and Bonanza. Secondly, tomorrow also, you are invited to the Ward 5 Nonprofit Workshop, taking place Thursday, June 7th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. in the City Council chambers here. And I have in tow with me a 20-year nonprofit expert by the name of Amber Wynn, who will be hosting the workshop and presenting how to start a nonprofit, how to continue your nonprofit if one is already in existence, and also how to identify dollars and funding for your nonprofit. So if you're interested, please come out. Just please RSVP by calling my office at 229-5443. And of course, you can go on the city's website or the nonprofit website, which is Ward 5 Nonprofit at LasVegasNevada.gov, and that's taking place tomorrow. In addition to that, I have some announcements on behalf of my colleague, Councilman Steve Ross, who is playing hooky today. Mayor, he's not sick. He's playing hooky. He's probably out reeling his fishing line right now, or his fishing pole, because he has a very exciting fishing derby taking place out in the Great Northwest. So please join Councilman Steve Ross for a free fishing derby taking place Saturday, June 9th, 2012, starting at 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. That address is 9200 Tule Springs Road. Please join Councilman Ross and the Nevada Department of Wildlife for a free fishing day. The Department of Wildlife will be on hand with fishing poles for the first 100 participants, which is great. And also, I must announce that the Boy Scout Troop 555 will be serving a pancake breakfast for only $5. So that's a deal. And the Aspen Ridge Bluegrass Band will be performing live. So bring a lounge chair, fishing pole, and a picnic basket to enjoy a free fun day in the park. A fishing license is not required on this coming Saturday, but fishing limits do apply. And let me just close with, I had an opportunity to go up to Utah this past Saturday, and I caught 31 fish. And so I wish I could participate in a free fishing derby, but my calendar won't allow me to, Councilman Ross, but I'm pretty sure you will catch the limit, and I will come over and we can do a fish fry maybe next Saturday. So please come out and join Councilman Ross and his entire staff and the great residents of Ward 6 for the free fishing derby Saturday, June 9th. And in closing, Councilman Ross, this was passed on from Councilman Steve Wolfson, now District Attorney Wolfson, to Councilman Ross, and it's the missing person alert. And the missing person today that we would like to announce is Jennifer Hernandez Garcia. Jennifer was last seen in the area of Owens and Bruce. Jennifer was last seen wearing blue jeans, a gray sweater, white Vans shoes, and wears black eyeglasses. She also has an upper pierced lip. Jennifer likes to hang out at local parks and shopping areas. If you have any information, please contact the phone numbers listed below, Nevada Child Seekers, as well as the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Missing Persons Unit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. Councilman Beers. You skipped Coffin.
Oh, no, I didn't skip.
You,
Okay.
you threw us all. You threw us all with the order there.
I want to make sure you're paying attention
Yes,
at
ma'am.
this late hour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of announcements. The Stanley Cup for hockey fans is going to be won tonight. We hope, Game 4, and the official LA Kings viewing party, who we expect to win the Stanley Cup, is going to be out in Ward 2 at the Rampart Casino Addison's Lounge starting at 5 o'clock this evening. You can go there for free, but you'll get awfully thirsty. Now, they do have some specials, but I don't want to go into that at the council meeting. Would also note that not this coming Saturday, but a week from, there's going to be a free HOA seminar put on by the Nevada Division of Real Estate Ombudsman's Office for anyone who has an interest in all the ins and outs of homeowners associations. It seems that almost everyone out there in Ward 2 lives in one, or some live in more than one. And forewarned is forearmed. If you want to check that out, call our office here at City Hall, and we'll put you in touch with the right people. It is summer. We have a swimming pool in Ward 2 up at the Veterans Memorial Center. And so the season is going to be kicked off here in the next 2 weeks. Draw everyone's attention again a week from this Saturday to the Dash and Splash, which is a 1.5-mile run and a 300-meter swim. You will find me sitting and dipping, not dashing and splashing, but nevertheless, we like diversity in our activity, and it's kind of a fun event. There's no age limit, but you do have to be able to swim, of course. $15 if you register early, $20 the day of the event. Just stop into the Pavilion Center pool, which is right adjacent to the Veterans Memorial Service Center. The Summerlin Patriotic Parade coming up in a couple of weeks. For those of you that are out in the far west part of town, make sure you put that on your calendar. It will be on the 4th of July this year, which falls on a Wednesday. And finally, this Saturday morning, at the place where it all started, the Mormon Fort. The first location that folks spent the night here in Las Vegas many, many years ago is having a Founders Day celebration. A historical appreciation group is putting this on. It's going to be a $5 breakfast, $15 for the whole family, and get to learn all about the early history of the very, very early days of Las Vegas. This is located at the corner of Washington and Las Vegas Boulevard North.
Hey, Councilman?
Yes.
Just a point of clarification. You mentioned that the Mormon Fort was the first place people settled.
Spent the night.
Spent the night. Was it Mormons or?
Well, if you want to get real technical, and I imagine that the councilman to your immediate left would, we probably had some
it was he that got this started, right?
Yeah, we probably had some overnight visitors on their way from Santa Fe to Los Angeles 50 years before the Mormon Fort was founded, or 30 years anyway.
All right, now it's finally your turn, Councilman Coffin. I
You
just
earned it. I'm
snuck in
glad that,
Councilwoman first because she's always last.
No, I'm glad the Councilman Beers went first so I could correct the history.
Oh, gosh.
Well, after all, I mean, he opened it up, but of course they were the first LDS to stay here. Certainly after that long and dusty march, coming here in 1855, nonstop from the what we now call Muddy River area, but. And it was in June, as a matter of fact, that they did make it. We were very close to the anniversary of that time in 1855. But John Fremont had been here, Captain Fremont at the time, I think in 1844. And, of course, a whole host of Paiutes had been here for several thousand years. So altogether, it's hard to tell who was first.
You're missing the Spanish Trail.
This isn't, I'm not
You're
losing
missing the
all my
Spanish
time.
Trail.
I just want you to know. I just wanted to make sure that we took care of all the bases.
You still have 3 minutes.
And the Mormon Fort, of course, is a result of my bill in the legislature creating the only urban state park in the state of Nevada. So I'm delighted to be associated with your remarks, Councilman Beers. My remarks, however, today are about a date earlier in history. 68 years ago, it would be about midnight in France now, and 68 years ago, it was a midnight at the end of the longest day as we know it now in history of the invasion of Europe by the Allied forces, the United States, the United Kingdom, the Free French, the Polish, and any number of people, Australians and New Zealanders, who went over to help reestablish freedom on the continent after the dark reign of the Nazi Empire. So really, it is a big day, and it wasn't mentioned earlier today in the ceremonials, and I thought, I ought to do that. And I first saw the beaches of Normandy in 1969 on the 25th anniversary of the invasion. You have to be there to feel it. You have to have been there, in other words, to know what the agony was like that. But by the time midnight occurred exactly 68 years ago, thousands of people had died, and not in vain. And the blood spilled on the sand is, very much of it is United States territory today. If you go behind the beachhead there at Omaha Beach, there is a cemetery and a wonderful memorial, and that is United States territory. And the crosses and stars of David are lined up symmetrically, row upon row. Many of the people who were buried there have been repatriated. Their remains have returned to the United States, but still, it is there, and it's official United States territory cared for by one of our government agencies. So on this important day, I think it's, in our own way, we should remember what happened. So therefore, that is how I consumed my time today. Thank you.
Thank you, and so well done. And on behalf of Councilman Anthony, Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to remind everybody that the grand opening of the new fire station in Sun City will be Tuesday, June 19th, the day before our next council meeting, at 10 a.m. And that's June 19th, Tuesday at 10 a.m. And thank you all for participating and making our government so strong. And Councilman Barlow.
I'm sorry. You just reminded me of one other item as far as a grand opening. The Nevada Health Centers, which is now the Martin Luther King Health Center, located near the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King on Stella Lake, will have its grand opening on June 11th, starting at 11 a.m. And my fire station, I will be bringing that back. I don't recall the date of Fire Station 106, which will be also hosting a grand opening, but it'll be shortly thereafter the grand opening for the Nevada Health Center. So I invite the community to come out to the health center located on Stella Lake near the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King. Beautiful facility, women and children clinic for the entire community to come in and be serviced. So thank you for that reminder. 11 a.m., June 11th.
And if there is no more business, we will stand adjourned till June 20th. Thank you all.